o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. And Superintendent, if you please call the roll.
President Holt,
Present.
Clerk Grigsby,
Present.
Trustee Poole,
Present.
Trustee Travis,
Present.
Trustee Witch.
Present.
And is there any public comment on closed session agenda items? Seeing none, it is 6 o'clock. We will recess the closed session and reconvene in open session at 7. All right, it is 7 o'clock. We'll reconvene here in open session. And Trustee Poole, do you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, Amber.
And no action was taken in closed session. And before we approve tonight's agenda, I would like to pull item 12 because we are actually accomplishing that under 8A. It was just duplicated. So we'll just strike that off. And then to move item 8D to right after 8A. So we'll move up the Wellness Center presentation to follow our child nutrition procurement audit. So with those changes, I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second.
All right, and all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, carries. And to start off with public comment for things not on tonight's agenda.
We have 2 public comments. First, Lisa McBroom.
Fancy. Good evening, President Holt, Superintendent Myers, and the Board of Trustees of AUSD. My name is Lisa McBroom, and as many of you know, I teach kindergarten at E.V. Kane, and I have been in this district for 28 years. I have seen many changes over the years, but nothing quite like the past 2 years. Closing 2 schools, moving Rock Creek to Auburn Elementary, and now the TK8 transition district-wide. We have had many bumps along this journey. No playgrounds, lack of bathrooms, difficulty filling sports teams, hiring credentialed and qualified staff. Yet, as teachers, we rally and we make these transitions successful. As you sit behind these tables and swing these gavels and make huge decisions, you expect the teachers and the staff of AUSD to fulfill these decisions that were made. And I feel we are trying, and we are trying to do this every single day. We go to work, we put smiles on our faces, and we try to do the best we can. Well, today I'm here to talk about giving our community a chance to trust us again, to gain some trust in the process. And we're talking about moving into combination classes across the district, but mainly at EV Kane. Yes, our classes are small, but we have huge behaviors. Families are still leaving every day, and we need to show them. Trust the process. Keep these classes small. Let the community regain the trust in us and bring their children back to AUSD. We need time. I know that this is a budget, it's a money thing, but we need to put our children first. I know we have money in our reserves, well over the 3% that the state recommends, or even the 17%. I'm just asking that you really consider keeping the classes small for the 25-26 school years. We do not need combinations. They are not good for children. Many teachers, veteran and new, are looking to leave because of all the changes. We need time to heal. We need time to grow as a community again. And I just have one last question. Do you want your children in a combination class? Because if the answer is no, that should be the answer for every student at AUSD. Give them a chance, build the trust back in our community, and bring the students back to AUSD.
Okay, second public comment, Julie Bishop.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to be here to talk with you. I'm nervous, and so I can feel my heart beating through my chest. I have not prepared anything, and forgive me if I get emotional because anger is a primary emotion, and I'm feeling really sad and discouraged, and that's why I decided I can't. I've come to lots of board meetings and I've said nothing. But I started working for AUSD in 2018. My husband retired from San Jose Fire. We moved here, and I substituted in your district. I took on a year job as a temporary teacher for maternity leave, and then I taught summer school for AUSD. I did LPAC testing with AUSD, and then I taught for a third grade for a year for the same teacher who was having another baby. And then I tried to get hired back in the district, and they wouldn't hire me back. And then I finally, in 2013, got a call because they needed someone to come teach at EV Kane. And I really didn't want to go because I knew that it was a tough placement. But I said, I will come back, but I would like you to please put me on a contract because I'm not coming back as a sub because I was a tenured teacher in the Bay Area before we moved, and I felt like I deserved to be paid as a teacher. I'm here tonight because our teachers are exhausted. And we have lots of behaviors at EV Kane, but they're not just at EV Kane. They're not just in our district. We're seeing it in our kids across the nation. And it has to do with the wiring of their brains and not being able to hold their attentions. And as a third grade teacher, my kids are very low. I have lots of low students that are reading at first grade or below. And my biggest challenge is holding their attention so that I can then teach them, because as much as I try to make it fun and flashy, I can't hold their attention. Today I had recess duty, the third recess, and we have a blacktop that's, there's no playground, as you know, but there's blacktop, there's rocks, and keeping the kids out of the trees and out of the dirt and the rocks is really challenging. But today, one of the scariest things happened, and that was that the kids were picking up the rocks, and a kid turned to throw it, told him, hey, don't pick up the rocks, guys, and there's a rock the size of my hand, and he turned and threw it without even looking, threw it hard like he was skipping it, and there was a child that was less than 7 feet from him, and it missed his head and the side of his temple by this much. And I thought, our kids are not listening to the adults. They're not responding. We have first and second graders that shout no, 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 profanities. And again, it's not just our class, but we need to figure out a discipline policy within our district that we can, with PBIS, because we have the positive things, but there needs to be a negative consequence as well, so that we feel like we've got something that we can help hold our kids account and our teachers can feel safe. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? All right. So moving then to item 7A with the AUTA report.
Hi, my name's Delphi Whittle, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sarah Liebert, who couldn't be here today. Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Meyer. Today is day 146. We have 34 days left of school. Evie Kane has had a year without a TKK playground. First through fifth has had limited play areas without a play structure for all the students to use. Auburn Elementary has a TK playground that students have been able to play on this year, while the shade structure was completed in March. Skyridge is still waiting for a shade structure for their students. Notices were sent to staff on openings we have this year and have not been filled for next year. We are struggling as a district to staff our schools. Our teachers are overworked, stressed, and in need of rest. Teachers are constantly being told to do more. This has to stop if we want to keep our staff healthy and ready to teach our students. I hope you listen to the wellness report from PCOE. Anxiety and depression is hitting our students hard. What are we doing about it? Just having a diagnosis doesn't solve the issue. Our students need more from us daily. They need constant praise, modeling, and practice on how to behave in class. Our students are stressed out, overwhelmed, and exhausted. This is evident by the behavior reports at each of the schools, the wellness visits in each school, and the notes and emails we are sending to parents daily about behaviors in our classrooms. As we enter into state testing, please be mindful that these students have endured so much change over the past 2 years. School closures, moving schools, and starting over at a new school with teachers they are unfamiliar with and have not built trusting relationships with over a period of time. Add in new boundaries, and you have a recipe for high stress and high emotional output for our community, parents, and students. Respectfully, Sarah Liebert, AUTA President, and on behalf of her, myself. All right. Thanks.
Alright, and do we have a representative for CSCA tonight? Okay, so moving then to our first special presentation with the child nutrition procurement audit.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nicole. I'm the the manager of child nutrition. For those who don't know me, who are new, nice to meet you all. Today I have a presentation about what's been going on this year and some of the most important parts of it. So we're child nutrition. It's our pleasure to serve you and our students. The first thing I wanted to do this evening was introduce you to the team that serves the district and our students. In the district office, we have Brandy Hoke, who is executive assistant for child nutrition, and then the warehouse delivery person is Cindy Tells. Both these people are full of life and full of ideas and organization. They're amazing to work with. At Skyridge, you have Ashley Lopez, Arletha Davis, and Mimi Moreno. These are the three ladies who serve Skyridge students. At EV Kane, you have Misty Merida, Arlinda Edelman, and Michelle Whitehead. And at Auburn L, you have Crystal Diaz, Michelle Regalado, and Gladys Hernandez. Crystal and Michelle are new this year. They started in January, February. So this is your team. All of these ladies have served are serving your students. And then our next one. So this one's really special. This is Mary Darney. She's our substitute, and she's really special because she retired from EV Kane as a child nutrition assistant, and she's been subbing for us for about 9 years. She comes back and has worked many years and sometimes throughout the whole year for us. We just got another sub, so we're very happy. She just started about a week or two ago, but so I didn't have a chance to add her, but yeah, Mary's been amazing. So she's really helped us a lot. She really understands the ins and outs, so we appreciate Mary. Okay, so child nutrition went through 2 reviews this year. We went through a procurement review, and these reviews are put on by the CDE, by the state. We're required to follow USDA and state law, and the state is the one who goes ahead and reviews this. So a procurement review is where our vendors and purchasing done within CDE regulations. The bid procurement, micro purchase, small purchase, informal bid, and formal bid. Were we doing it correctly? Which one did we do? Our out of compliance findings and what we are doing to become compliant for the 2025-2026 school year. Another review that we went through too is called administrative review. So there's 2 different reviews. One's on the back end where
we're in the warehouse, and what are we dealing with there? The administrative review is what our team is serving. Are they serving it properly? Does it look right? You know, are they serving it safely? So we had an on-site review of service, following recipes, nutrition standards, and meal counts. EV Kane was selected for the on-site review. The EV Kane team did an excellent job, especially being short-staffed for part of the year. And then minor things that we had little adjustments, but nothing major for that review. Okay, so the procurement review was off-site. It was all about our vendors, and their review is based off last year, not this year. Okay, we were considered out of compliance pretty much all the way around. And these are the reasons. Our code of conduct, we didn't have one. Now, the school has a code of conduct, but the child nutrition department for the school did not have a code of conduct. So every year they would like us to go ahead and approve that code of conduct that works for the child nutrition department. That's already been worked on and pre-approved by you guys at the beginning of the year to make sure we are compliant. So we use the CNIPS one, and then they just ask that we update it annually to make sure that, you know, if there's any changes through the state, that we also add that and have that. We were out of compliance for the procurement procedures for the written procedure as well as for the bid process. We didn't have one of those. So yes, again, the district had one, but the child nutrition department did not have one. This is currently in process. Also, we did not go out to bid and for agreements with vendors made 2 years ago. So depending on how much we purchase, we have to do it a certain way. We can do a micro purchase, meaning we're spending less than $10,000, and that we don't have to go out to bid. A small purchase is we have to compare prices. You could do an informal bid and then a formal bid after you reach $2,000 and $50,000 or more when you purchase from a company. That was not done properly, and that was not done properly in previous years as well. So we acquired a company, or we're using a company called Seduxo, and we did not acquire them the way that we were supposed to according to state and USDA regulations. Can you go back? Sorry. So we hired a consultant. So what we're doing to correct these actions is we hire a consultant who knows everything about the bid process and what we need to do. I'm very knowledgeable on the front end, especially the bid process. It's legal documents and other things that we need. So she's helping us to walk us through the process and make sure that we do it right. She's an expert in the field. Her name's Carrie Braverman, and she's done it for districts. She's been doing it for about 20 years. So we appreciate her help. So what we're doing is we're gonna make sure it gets updated every year and continue to do this. And every year we have to look at our budget and where our expenditures are going to. So sometimes we can go directly to somebody, like if we're not able to get something through a vendor and say it's a one-time purchase, they're not gonna have us compare that. But if we're going through like Gold Star and we're purchasing 90% of our stuff from them, they would like a comparison to know, you know, that we're sharing that food and we're sharing that budget and that money to make sure, you know, other people are successful. Okay, the next one was administrative review. This was an on-site one. So there's some things they do in the back. They ask us for all of our information from our meal production records, what those look like. They want our menus. They want to make sure that we're compliant with what we're serving for breakfast and lunch, and also for smart snacks. They also look at food safety, food components, items, and meal claiming, how we count our meals, what it looks like, our point of service and transactions. So EV Kane was picked, and EV Kane has been short-staffed for about 3 or 4 months. So it was Misty and Michelle, and they did an excellent job. The reviewer said they did a great job. They didn't have any issues at all. Their meal counting, the way that they were handling the kids, it was perfect. The meals were great. They were making sure everything was reimbursable. Child nutrition is a little complicated. We can't just give them anything we want. There's actually components that are really important. We're required to make sure they have 3 components. One, we give them the meal, and one, we give them the entree. If they don't, we can't get paid for it. So we have to make sure our people are trained enough to know that, is that a reimbursable meal or not? And then to be able to say, okay, you have to go get a fruit or a vegetable, and make sure we're really nice about it every day, sometimes to the same students, right? So they did an excellent job. The lady, Kara, who was our reviewer, gave them praises, and for as much work as they do with just 2 of them, they did an amazing job. Other observations and concerns for snacks. We give snacks to Boys and Girls Club, into some after school clubs. The portion size on my end, I didn't realize it was too small because for lunch, it's a half a cup. Well, for snack, it's 3/4 of a cup. So we've adjusted and we've purchased other products to make sure that we're compliant. The wellness policy, we do have one that is currently approved. It's 2018. We're working on updating it just with more information, and then there needs to be a triennial assessment. So she just wanted to know, since that hadn't been done, what we're going to do to be compliant. So our goal is to get the new wellness policy approved by the end of the school year, and then next year go ahead and do the triennial assessment. The reason why those things hadn't been done is because we had such a turnover with the director of child nutrition that they just weren't able to accomplish it. So we're going to work on that going forward. So what happens if we don't become compliant in the next year? There's some things that can happen, especially with the procurement review. We would have to pay back the funds. They could withhold funds from us. So even though we earn so much money with the meals, they can say, well, we're not paying it until you become compliant or you do what we're supposed to. And then also we can be fined for it. So it's really important to become compliant. Okay, so that's what we're working on, and that's what we're going to make sure that we are for the 25-26 school year. This is our budget and financing. So part of the review is they go over everything. They go over all of our finances, our budgets, who we procure from, are we serving things properly. So we have an excess of $342,129.57. But that's on top of the amount that we're allowed to have in reserve. So we have money to make sure that we're successful and that we can feed the students well. And we have to have a way to spend it. So we come up with a plan and apply the plan the best we can, and then we can also have other ideas. So some of the ideas that we can use, first off, of course, is going to be food. There's some high quality food that child nutrition does and services that we'll be looking at. We love Mansion Orange Chicken. It's one of our favorite things. So we are able to keep that or serve it more. Dave, can you go back? um, so there's some other new items out there too. Yes, we'll be working on scratch cooking. It's been a little bit hard. I know it's always been my goal. It's just with closing 2 schools and then going K through 8th, there's been a lot of training and other needs. And I was out for twice each year on maternity, as those guys know. So a little bit behind, but it's still a goal. We're still going to work towards that. The first goal is hopefully to do something simple like grilled cheese sandwiches and quesadillas, to do those in-house and start building from there. We do quick scratch on a couple of items, but we'd like to get more and more towards scratch cooking too. I don't think that 100% of the menu would be, but it'd be nice to have more scratch items or quick scratch items on there, and kids would enjoy it more. The walk-in and freezer at AE would be nice to be extended. It was kind of made a long time ago, but so yeah, we can look into new child nutrition service vehicles, upgrade walk-in boxes and freezer. The boxes are just old and time for an update. Increase labor hours, create new positions, look at wages, floor cleaning robots, replace dishwashers, upgrade fire systems, and then electric rolling service door at Skyridge. So there's some ideas out there. There's some things we'll definitely do, like food, working on organic and making sure that kids have access to some amazing fruits and vegetables. We work with a local company right now called The Hub, and literally they work with close farmers from like Auburn and Newcastle. So we work closely with them. Okay. So we are out of compliance for the procurement review. We're working on becoming compliant. The bid process does take time because you do have to advertise it and make sure you have everything. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but we will be compliant for the 25-26 school year. We hired a consultant to help with that. And the administrative review went very well. Misty and Michelle, I'm still going to give them kudos. They did an excellent job. My whole team does an excellent job. They work hard every single day. We have some new people who are still learning the ropes, and they're still doing an amazing job. They work hard. They show up every day to feed our students, but to more than that, to make sure that the kids are happy, they're fed well, and to take care of them. We do have money we need to spend wisely over the next year to improve the child nutrition program. But also the other thing is that if you don't spend it in the right amount of time, they can also take it from us. So we do want to make sure we plan it properly. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
I have a quick question. Yeah. How often do you guys get audited? Is it yearly?
No, so So I don't remember which one was which, but I think the procurement review is every 5 years and then administrative review is every 8 years.
Okay.
So
Right.
yeah, so they'll be here within a 5-year period. So it's not necessarily at the end of 5 years. There's a 5-year period. Somewhere within that 5 years, they'll review us again. And then during their next section within 5-year period.
All right, thank you.
I want to go ahead and add that last year they served 253,401 meals. So that was a lot of work on their part. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have heard great things about the orange chicken.
It's one of our favorites.
Yeah, the kids love it.
All right, and before we head here to 8B, or excuse me, we're going to do 8D, the Wellness Center presentation. Is there any public comment on that? And do we have public comment on any other agenda items that anybody's expecting to ask? I just don't want to forget to ask later, so it's just asking it now. Just look at me. There's only a few people in here. Just let me know if you do have comment before another item. So with that, if we could get our Wellness Center presentation, please.
Yeah, it's been on.
Okay. Luke will need the mic a little higher than I probably do, but he can adjust it. All right, thank you for having us tonight. We're actually going to present together. So I'll let Luke and Allie introduce themselves in just a minute, and then Kelly and I will be covering some slides as well. But we work in partnership in our wellness centers. PCOE staffs the wellness centers, but obviously our students utilize them. And then we'll talk through referrals, but there's a referral process that teachers can use and staff to make sure our kids have what they need when they need it, as well as kind of on the spot. So we'll go through some of those things today, starting with some history about the wellness centers and how we got to today. And then we'll look through some data as well, including the slides at the end that Kelly and I have put together about what we're seeing for our students in terms of outcome data. So I think that's it. Oh, it's in the link in the agenda isn't working. I'll share it with you.
Yeah, I couldn't access the agenda earlier, and that's just PDF.
I'll say, I'll say one more piece. The second slide we'll go over with contacts. We did update that on Monday, I want to say, because it had Luke and Allie, but not Kelly and myself. So that one slide was the only slide changed after posted on Friday. So we printed copies of that if anyone wants it, or the link is live in the agenda as well.
Thank you. I'll do my best to kind of cue next slides here. As Dr. Myron mentioned, Luke Anderson and Allie Murphy, we want to begin by thanking President Holt and the trustees for having us here today. I will tell you, I think I can speak for Allie in saying that we're very proud of the work that we get to do in partnership with AUSD and in service of your students and families. And we're excited to talk about that. So looking forward to doing that with you. Like I said, my name is Luke Anderson. I'm the Executive Director for Prevention Supports and Services at Placer County Office of Education, and I'm joined by Allie Murphy.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm Allie Murphy. I'm the Director of Mental Health at PCOE.
So objective-wise, I think again, Superintendent Meyer mentioned these will provide a overview and a history of the wellness program in Auburn. We'll provide an overview, and then we will share, Allie and I will share some of the grant data, and then colleagues here will share some additional data. So we wanted to begin by providing some context here. And I think it's important just to think about the state of youth mental health in our country. Slide here. And I got a little animation here, so it's going to be tricky, but we'll do our best here. So I'm going to start with this slide. So this chart represents data from 2008 to 2022. So a pretty good chunk of time. Each line there represents a different age cohort. Okay, so starting at the bottom, 50 plus, The next one, 35 to 49, where I'm falling these days. And then red, 26 to 34. And then of course, the blue line there is 18 to 25. So you kind of think of that top one as your kind of post high school folks, right? So in that age. Pretty clear line that we're seeing. We look at anxiety. This is self-reports of anxiety for each of these groups. And we can see that our 18 to 25-year-old group went from about 8% experiencing anxiety in a given year to about 1 in 5 at about 20%. So national data, we've seen a big increase in anxiety. It's not for everybody, but certainly in our young people. Okay, so I look at these data. I'm a K-12 person like you all. Makes me wonder what's going on with our younger folks. So next slide here, and we'll probably hit 2 clicks here. These data represent experiencing a major depressive episode for 12 to 17-year-olds. Our scale is a little different, looking back to 2004. And now we're looking at boys and girls here. So you can see we hit the kind of our highest point there right after 2020 at about 30% of 12 to 17-year-old girls reporting having experienced a major depressive episode. I see a small uptick in boys, but it does seem to be particularly true when we look at things like anxiety and depression, that girls, especially young girls, are experiencing this at a high level. One of the things too that I'm well aware of, when we look at these data, they're not particularly positive data. And I, like you, I work in schools, I work with kids, and I want to think, these data can't be true, right? The self-report data, right? First thing we go, self-report. And so it's helpful to, when I was a school psychologist, we do something called triangulating data. We look for multiple data points that would suggest that the phenomena we're seeing is true. So I'm going to go to the next slide here. And these charts represent the emergency department admissions for girls and women into, like I said, ERs for self-harm. So these are ER visits. These are not self-report data anymore. On the bottom here, we're looking at 30 years plus. They're actually not in order of age, they're in order of prevalence. So kind of as you get older, generally speaking, this becomes less likely. And it's been relatively flat over the last 2 decades. But one more click here. These data represent the top 4 cohorts. Again, not self-report data. These are ER admissions. Starting at 25, 29, working our way over to the highest, which is 15 to 19-year-olds. We've seen a market increase. I'm going to have one more click here. I'm going to dwell on this one for a second. This last chart represents 10 to 14-year-old girls. Okay. So the steepest increase we're seeing are kids in the age band that you serve here in AUSD. Again, girls in particular. Okay. And we know from our data, we know this from schools, we know working in a school, girls more likely to experience what we call an internalizing concern, things like anxiety, depression. Boys much more likely to act out. So if you pull your suspension data, you would see that, right? Okay, I'm a dad of 2 boys. I got elementary age boys. So I also makes me wonder, how are our boys doing? So I'm gonna have one more chart here, talk about this. If we look at our teen suicide rate, in general and across the US, boys complete suicide at about 3 times the rate as girls. Girls more likely to experience anxiety and depression, more likely to attempt suicide, more likely to report suicidal thoughts. Boys more likely to complete suicide. Okay, so these are constructs. I think one of the things that's important, we frame our program this idea of wellness. Okay, so wellness is what we strive for. So it's difficult sometimes to imagine what anxiety or depression feels like. It's something that happens. But it's also worth talking about what's lost with that. And what's lost with that is wellness. So we can think about these same charts going up, right? Up and to the right. Things getting worse, up and to the right. More likely to experience these feelings, these conditions. But on the flip side of that, there's also a loss that happens of that, a loss of these young people's wellness. So I'm gonna think about if our young people's wellness, if their mental health, or an airplane right now, and we were flying across the sky at 550 miles an hour, that airplane's going down. It's pretty clear it is. And so what we're trying to do in our wellness program, we think about this, and not just us, we look across a number of organizations, we're trying to, as the adults, the folks at the controls, pull up, right? We can't continue to see these declines and not do anything. So one more click here, a couple more. The other thing that's worth noting is talking about our context, Placer County. So I showed you some national data, data in Placer County. When we talk about suicide rate, Placer County as a county, and we look at all age groups, we're about average for suicide rate. We think we're a little bit above average in general for young people. If we look at the cohort of Sacramento and Roseville, we are above average. Those are the more reliable data. Okay? There are data that suggest that actually Placer County is quite high. Hospitalization rates, I showed you those data. Those were national data. Placer County rates are above average. So that's the best case scenario right there. Okay? How do we solve this? What are our levers we can pull on? Really wonderful part about living in Placer County, one of the things we're all lucky to experience here is we have a fairly wealthy community. We look across our county, and that means that there's a lot of resources that we have, right? That means there's less scarcity for those resources. On the flip side of that, we have a lower Medi-Cal rate in Placer County. What that means is our community providers, our folks in the community that run those nonprofits that provide mental health services are less likely to be able to sustain a program, because generally how they sustain is through billing procedures, billing things like Medi-Cal. So that means we're going to have less viable options for community-based providers. Okay? We have a lower poverty rate. Again, this is good. This is part of the reason why our schools perform well when we look across the board. Flip side of that is a lot of state and federal education funding, as you know, is tied to poverty rates. So that means that in general, our schools in Placer County actually have less resources to provide additional supports than they would if they were located somewhere else. Now, again, going back to the flip side, positive piece, we have a higher covered insurance rate. So I have Kaiser Permanente. I'm lucky to have that insurance. I have a high deductible plan. It works out well for me. I've got neighbors that work at Kaiser. My sister works at Kaiser. I'll tell you right now, my two little boys, if they need mental health support, I'm paying out of pocket. Okay. I can access that service better than probably just about anybody, and I still will go and pay out of pocket because the services are going to be more easily accessible to me with paying than even going through my private insurance, which I know how to navigate. Last piece here, and I think you'll acknowledge this is true in Auburn as well. Because of these factors, we have less folks like me in schools. I'm a credentialed school psychologist in addition to being a behavior analyst. We have fewer of those folks in schools being able to provide these services. So we have significant needs across the country. We're seeing it, it's significant. Those needs match to Placer County. Our context makes it difficult to access a lot of supports and services that we may be able to otherwise access. And we have some opportunities too that we can serve kids, I think, in schools. All right, next slide, please. All right, program history. Neat piece. So I've now worked in Placer for 10 years. Next slide. So in 2019, we started our first wellness centers in Placer County, so in the Roseville area, beginning of that school year. At the end of that school year, our partners at the county said, we have another opportunity to apply for a grant. These are big grants, take a lot of work. And neat thing with that, though, was we get to shape what does that look like. So a lot of our colleagues said, we're going to hire collectively several clinicians. We'll talk about these folks here and what they mean, but some mental health providers, and they're going to just disperse them out to every school in the county. And each school is going to get a few hours of additional services. We went for a different tact, and we said, we think what we can do is we can look at our data, we can find where the need is, and we can provide intensive supports and services to those schools. So historically, and this is true to today, our wellness centers are at fewer places than a lot of our county colleagues from across the state, and we provide them more intensely. Okay, so 2019, opportunity came up. We let everybody in Placer County know, hey, we've got additional funds we're writing a grant for. We want to know if you're interested. Got several applications that came in, and then we looked at the data, which I'll talk about in a second here. Okay? Based on those data and what we thought was the best opportunity to provide real support to kids and families, we chose Auburn. All right, so we had a couple-year grant. We thought we're going to go as long and as hard as we can here. We got refunded again. And then we've continued to pull different funding streams together and say, we know that these grants aren't forever, but we're committed to keeping our services where we think they're most needed. And that's why we've stayed here in Auburn. So click one more here. So I won't go over these data. These are your data. This just represents a kind of collection of community and school data. This is the kind of data we looked at when we made that decision. All right, next slide. Staffing. I made a slight change to this slide. I should have told you guys. It said 4. I changed it to 4 to 3 because originally we started out and our program was 1 community liaison. I'll talk about what that position is, and 1 mental health specialist per school site. We had 4 of each. Right now we're at 3 of each. Who are those people? What do they do? Mental health specialists. So like I said, I'm a credentialed school psychologist. That means I was trained to work in schools and trained broadly. So in behavior and assessment and working with teachers and working with schools and understanding schools. And then I was a teacher before that. And Allie, who was also trained as a teacher, is a clinician. So she is a licensed mental health specialist. So we have overlapping skills, but they're not the same. So our mental health specialists are licensed. So they're governed by the Board of Behavioral Sciences. Neat thing, I can tell you, both Allie and I spent about the same amount of time in college. Her training and experience and supervision for providing mental health supports vastly outstretches mine. Mine is not as significant as hers. So when we say mental health specialist, and we may say clinician sometimes, it's the same thing. It is somebody that is licensed by the Board of Behavioral Sciences to provide those services. Okay. Family youth liaisons. Those folks are placed in your schools, placed in the schools that we serve, and those are non-licensed folks. Those are folks we really want to hire from the community. We want them to have experience with the community, ideally have experience accessing services, because those are the people we want to do that outreach to parents and say, I grew up in this community. I maybe had similar experiences to what you're facing right now, and be those good partners. We also will bring in interns, so practicum students. And then this last piece that I think is worth mentioning is we provide high quality, intensive supervision for these folks, especially clinical supervision. So when our folks are out in the field and they're working with kids, they need somebody to supervise them. They need somebody to help process those difficult situations that they can be placed in. They need somebody that's got more experience that says, you know what, when you come across this, here's how I've helped others through that. And also, I'm going to be here because this is intense work and you might need somebody to just to process some of these things with. And all of our clinical supervisors are licensed and credentialed. So it's kind of neat to get the best of Allie and me in those. All right, that's why we're here. I want to hand it to Allie. She's going to talk about our program and some of our data.
Awesome. Thank you, Luke. All right, so we can review our program structure. I'm really grateful that we really value positive behavioral intervention supports and multi-tiered systems of supports at PCOE, and that Auburn values that as well, because it really gave us some clear guardrails for how to start our program. It wasn't just, you know, kids come in whenever they want and maybe get services and there's no process for it. MTSS gave us a clear framework to go from with a focus on tier 1, and you can go to the next slide. So part of what MTSS gives us is an integrated team. So whenever we receive a wellness referral and talk about how to support a student, it's always done as a team. And I'll go through who's on the team in a future slide. There's a real big focus on tier 1. We know at schools that we want to be focused on prevention, and that schools are a great place to help students gain skills to help them access their education. And so we don't give individual therapy to every student. We really focus on providing activities and supports that help build them up to keep them in the classroom rather than pulling them out. And then we focus on making decisions with data. So looking at specific data points such as office discipline referrals to determine if a student needs a service, not just on a feeling or on a whim that a student needs something. So communication and collaboration is a big focus for us. Auburn Union and PCOE meet bi-weekly. The clinical supervisors meet with Kelly every other week, and we talk through any program issues or just ensuring that we're on the same page programmatically across all 3 sites. And then at each school site, we have a weekly intervention team meeting that includes the site administrator, a PCOE administrator, the PCOE wellness staff, and an AUSD site staff, such as maybe the school psychologist or school counselor attends those meetings. And if most of those people can't attend the meeting, it often gets rescheduled or canceled, especially if the AUSD site admin can't come, because we know it's really important to have their opinion on what we should do next and how we should support a student. And then family communication. We try to communicate with families to let them know who we are and what the services are. We've done that through newsletters, back to school night. And then of course, when there's a referral for a student for an individual service, we're always contacting the family in that case as well. And I'll review that a little further in just a minute. Okay, so our referral process. So usually it's staff who refers students, but students can self-refer. And of course, if a family thinks that the student might need a service, they can refer through the teacher. And then the teacher is the one who fills out the form, or the principal can do that as well. And support, we can provide lots of different supports to be successful at school. That can be individual counseling or group counseling, but that can also be something like the family has some case management needs. They need support with housing, or they have some food insecurity, and that's where a liaison really helps and steps in to support the family. And really our goal is for the students to be successful in the classroom with their peers. We want them in their school environment all day long, and we're just here to give a little extra support if needed. The integrated team that I mentioned a minute ago reviews the referral and determines the appropriate intervention. So for example, we might get a referral for a student who has previously worked with a school psychologist. And so it doesn't necessarily make sense for the wellness team to work with the student because we don't have a relationship with them. So maybe the school psychologist would do that. Or perhaps the student has other needs going on as well that aren't just mental health. Maybe there's some attendance needs, possibly some academic concerns. And so that may not be the best fit for wellness either. Perhaps an SST will be decided and maybe wellness is present to talk with the whole team. Sometimes though, it is appropriate for the wellness team to provide an intervention. And in that case, we contact the family and talk to the student to determine if they want a service and what the best service would be. And then as we provide the service, we review the success of the intervention with the integrated team and with the family to determine when to close or when to provide an additional service. Okay, and this is just a little bit about the fee schedule. I know that you all will be talking about that at your May board meeting, so we're just going to do a brief little bit on this here. PCOE as a district is in cohort 1 of the fee schedule. So that does not mean that AUSD has to be in it. That's just us as PCOE. And we've attended all the work group and office hour meetings to ensure that we have readiness for the new program. We've began credentialing our staff for billing. So you have to submit what their licenses and credentials are. And then the state has to sort of approve that we turned in everything we were supposed to. We provided training on documentation, consent to bill insurance, and processes to identify what services could be billed. And then we're currently finalizing our forms for consent to treat, consent to bill insurance, and privacy practices. While we have those forms, we had them reviewed by a lawyer. And also we have not signed a contract with the Department of Healthcare Services yet. So we're not billing any services, which is why those forms are not finalized. We have talked to families that we have provided individual services to students. We've talked to them this year to say, in the future, if services were able to be billed, would you be willing to sign a consent to have your insurance billed? And that was partly because we wanted to kind of know what the barriers were now so we could bring that information back to the state. You know, every county is very different. We don't look the same as LA County or San Francisco. And so I feel really grateful that we're in cohort 1 and can speak up for our county and say what some of the concerns are about billing insurance and some of the information that parents have the right to have in an accessible way to understand better what this program is. Okay, and here's some data for our program for this year from August through March. You'll see all 3 schools are listed there. And the top row is the number of tier 2 and tier 3 referrals we've received. That means it's not a tier 1 service that everybody can access. It's a teacher or a family member or a staff is saying that this student needs more support, please help. And we've had 69 of those referrals at Auburn Elementary, 114 at EV Kane, and 74 at Skyridge. Of those referrals, the next row is individual counseling. So you can see we have pretty low individual counseling numbers. And that makes perfect sense with the PBIS triangle. We want, 1 to 5% of students receiving a tier 3 support. And so these numbers match that framework, which means we're probably doing something well at the bottom of the pyramid. For group supports, those are the number of groups we've run at each site. Those tend to have anywhere between 4 to 8 students in the group. And then behavior support, you'll see there's lots of requests for wellness support on campus, particularly at EV Kane and Skyridge. And that's where one of the wellness staff will push into the classroom to support the teacher if a student is having an escalating behavior that's affecting the milieu of the classroom. We do our best to stay in the classroom and model skills that we want the teacher to be able to do as well. But sometimes we pull a student out or even ask for admin support if it's escalating and we want to keep everybody safe, of course. And then sign-ins to wellness. So these include students who are coming in for a reset break, whether they've asked or their teacher has asked them to, but it also includes students who've come in for a group or an individual counseling service or a risk assessment. Those sign-ins are also include students who've come more than once. So you'll see the sign-in numbers are pretty high there, but it includes a big pool of services. Okay, and then here's some group outcome data. We don't have, I didn't include individual counseling data just because our numbers are pretty small. So I didn't think that that data would necessarily show us anything in particular. But we've had 123 students participated in groups this year. And of those, 95% of students successfully completed the group, which means that on the pre and post test for the group, we use evidence-based practices for our group, usually in cognitive behavioral therapy, because that is so far in terms of skill development, and therapy, that sort of lens combined, that's been shown to have the best outcomes for short-term brief counseling, which is what we're really interested in. And so 95% of students were successful and did not need another service. And that meant that after the group was completed, the clinician talked to the student, talked to the family, and talked to that integrated team. And it was decided that that service was enough. Usually talk to the teacher too, especially if they were the referring party. So that's a pretty good number there. And so below you'll see the numbers for each site as to how many students completed a group, usually between 8 to 10 weeks is how long the group is, and then did not need a further tier 2 or tier 3 intervention. Okay, and then just want to go over wellness breaks really quick. Those are time limited. They're intended to help a student reset and get back to class. So usually 10 minutes. However, some students really like to come visit wellness. And so we've maybe shortened their breaks to 5 minutes, or we work with the teacher to say, hey, you know, we don't think it's best they come during this time. It feels like they're probably avoiding math or whatever the case may be. So we change that as needed. We really focus on using AUSD's toolbox curriculum. So we have the toolbox tools in our wellness center. And when students come in, we ask them to identify what they're feeling that brought them here. And then we have them work on a skill with one of our wellness staff, practicing that to try to get them back to class as soon as possible. And we really try to be solution focused and not steep in a problem, especially, you know, most of the kids in AUSD are relatively young, and we know that that's not necessarily healthy for them to be spinning and spinning and spinning. And so we try to really be solution focused and get them back to class. And then we also have sort of a data decision rule in our program that when a student has accessed 4 or more breaks in a month, we refer them to the integrated team to review that. We don't want a student taking a million breaks all year long and not getting any more support and being out of class that many times. So that number is also flexible. You know, if someone came 3 times in a week, we might put a referral in versus the 4 times in a month, but that's kind of the average that we use to review that and ensure that they're getting the proper services that they need. And then small groups, those are, like I said, based from that referral that we do as an integrated team, or sometimes we could look at office discipline referrals. And if we see, for example, wow, there's a significant amount of 7th grade boys who've had ODRs at lunchtime, we might look at doing a group then with that group, knowing that that data is probably telling us something. We get parental consent for all of our group services as well as individual. I mentioned the evidence-based interventions earlier, and all of our groups are skill focused. They're not process-oriented therapy groups. That's not really appropriate for the school setting or even for this age group for the most part. So we focus on social skills, regulating emotions, impulse control, and even some school success groups. Okay, and then just want to go over consent a little bit. So when a student is referred for support, like I mentioned, the integrated team determines what service is needed. And if it's a service for wellness, the clinician will usually contact the referring party. On our referral, we ask if the teacher, whoever's filling out the referral, has contacted the parent. we know that it's best that whoever is making that referral, who probably has a relationship with the student, is talking to the family and saying, hey, I'm concerned about this, and I wanted to see if I could connect them to our wellness team. So that's always best practice. So we always have our wellness staff connect with the referring party. If for some reason the teacher has said, no, I haven't contacted the family, we really try to encourage that before we call, because that can feel really unnerving to have this stranger in mental health who you don't know calling from your child's school. And then after that, we talk with the family. We try to gather information about what the referral is for, but also is there anything else they want us to know, anything else we could support with? And we go over what service we think the student would benefit from. If the parent declines the service, then we just communicate that back to the integrated team. Sometimes that means we'll just close the referral, or sometimes the team may decide, let's have an SST. There's still a lot going on here. We want to talk with the family. Sometimes we provide referrals for outside agencies if the family just feels like they don't want their student to have a service at school, but they're open to services. And then if services are approved, we develop a case plan and discuss that with the student and family. Informed consent is valid for the whole school year. However, if a student, for example, attended a group and the family consented to that, but then let's say we decided that the symptoms or behaviors were still a problem and we thought another service could be beneficial, best practice and ethically as clinicians, it's their responsibility to call the family again and explain that we would like to provide another service and get their consent from that. And if they don't want to do that, that's fine. We just document that and we wouldn't provide that service. All of our clinicians go over their caseloads with their supervisor in weekly supervision. The supervisor is also present at those integrated team meetings, so they're pretty well in the know of who is on the staff's caseload. And then we also, as a manager team at PCOE, we do a chart audit at least 2 times a year where we review charts and we have a form where we are checking for things that are legal and ethically responsible. They're responsible to have in their charts, such as, is the informed consent signed by the parent? And do you have a treatment plan? And did you provide an appropriate amount of weeks of service? You didn't provide it for 40 weeks or only 2 weeks. So all of those things are reviewed in our chart audits. Okay. I think it's Brittany's turn.
All right, go ahead, Dave. Go to the next slide. So we put together some outcome data. I know we were talking about that and the importance of seeing what's happening for our students once they receive these services related to the data that we see. So one of the things we wanted to talk about, and I can talk a little bit about the triangle, and Allie touched on it, but these regular site meetings that we're using to review data and look at need. Do you want to talk a little bit about what the wellness team meetings look like? And
Yes.
yeah.
The wellness team meetings, I go to them at least once or twice a month. And we have a form that we track all the referrals. We start by talking about all the referrals that we've got, who's referred, what's going on, why the referral came through, and then decide on what might be appropriate. Lunch bunch, coming to being in a social skills group, and those, I believe those are 8 to 10 week cycles. And so we have that all documented. We have the same document that we use over and over again. And then we look at what interventions are going on and how they're going. One example is check in, check out, which we're strengthening this year, and we're putting more of a team together for next year. So we can track that data to see how they're doing. Is this working? Because we don't want to do something that is not working for the student. And that's what we do in these wellness meetings also, is we look at what's happening. Is it working? If it's not, what do we do as a team? Do we tweak this? Do we do that? We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We see what we've done already, talk as a group, and find out what we can do to help that student. And then we have fading because that is the goal. We want these students to take the skills that they're learning and integrate it into the classroom, out on the playground, in the halls, in the bathroom, because that is the goal. And it's amazing because we have a really good relationship between wellness and the teachers will come back and say, I've been seeing this, I've been seeing this, I've been seeing this. And that's what it takes in order for those students to do those behaviors in the classroom. And so that happens every single week.
And they're meetings that are both PCOE staff, and Kelly's saying, you know,
Mhm.
she's attending 1 to 2 a month. Principals are there at the weekly meetings, our school counselors.
Mhm.
And then we can kind of rally around what would be appropriate. And we look at something like this triangle, or, you know, we're always thinking about the triangle. So we're looking at if we're doing what we need to be doing in the classroom and it's working, then we're probably seeing success in 80 to 90% of our kids. If there's always going to be some that need a little extra, that's somewhere around that 5 to 15%. And then there's always some that need something even more specific, usually looking at individualized services at 1 to 5%. And that's true whether you're talking academics or social emotional, and also with behavior. So if you go to the next slide, Dave. So one of the things we can do at tier 2, actually go back to the title slide, that was fine. One thing we can do at tier 2 is we look and we say, do we have a lot of kids with these behaviors that look like tier 2? They might need a tier 2 service, like a small group, but we see a high enough percentage of them in one classroom that would actually say we need to back up one step and go to tier 1. So what we have here is we took a few case study examples so that we could give you some outcome data. So on the next slide, go ahead, Dave. This is a class. So these are 4 students. Each color represents one kid in the class, A, B, C, and D. And what happened is we had these 4 kids that were having consistently high referral numbers. And it looked like, did these students need a tier 2 intervention, right? Do they need some sort of small group, social skills, what have you? But when you look at the total number of students in that class, these 4 students represented about 20% of that classroom. And so I was actually present at that meeting as well. We had a meeting around this particular class and their data individually. And we talked about that, all of the data collected for that group. And we talked about what we might do instead. And so we talked about high dose tier 1. So again, going back to toolbox, targeting specific skills and going in more often and closer in time between lessons. And wellness staff helped implement that in the classroom. So September and October, you can see for these 4 sample students, they had high referrals. So those numbers refer to the average number of referrals they had per day. So our student in blue, student A in September, had somewhere around 0.7 referrals a day. So something more than 1 every other day, right? And similarly had numbers in October as well, that around 0.8. So imagine every other day, this student is getting an ODR, an office discipline referral, to have to leave the classroom. That's a lot. And this is a primary class. So what happened is we looked at that high dose. We looked at the data that was on November 14th. That's the first black arrow. Then we talked about the high dose intervention happening with the toolbox lessons. That began on December 7th, just after Thanksgiving break. And those lessons ran through March. And what we saw in the data was that students' daily referral rate consistently went down. And we talked a little bit last time about how do we correlate this data of intervention with academics. And we had said it's real hard to get a 1-to-1 correlation of, like, if they spend 5 minutes in social group, their, you know, reading scores go up by 2 points, right? That correlation is difficult because what we're trying to do is build those skills so that they can spend more time in class, and over time they'll have additional access, and then we would expect additional academic outcomes to improve. So what we're seeing here is that all 4 of these target students were consistently in class more often. So they're all below 0.2 referrals a day, meaning we're going days and days between referrals versus every other day. On the next slide here, if we look at those students in an aggregate, so if we average all 4 students in September, October, November, and those 3 arrows represent the same point where we looked at data in November, where we intervened in December, and where we ended in March, you can see that overall those 4 target student data go down significantly. Okay, go ahead, Dave. So this is when we do high dose tier 1. And the next slide we're going to look at is what about tier 2? There we go. And so these are some of those targeted skill building. And so we made sure we were kind of looking around at different campuses, and we were pulling sample data. So what you see on the next slide is some sample data for a primary student who attended a small group. And for this particular student, they had what we call maladaptive, meaning not appropriate, or, you know, not doing what we would expect them to do with their social interaction. And that's with peers. And it was resulting in school office discipline referrals for violating those school expectations: be safe, be responsible, be respectful. Most of the time with little guys, this looks like not keeping your hands to yourself and things like that. The student was referred sometime in that January timeframe or December timeframe before group. So the 2 months prior to starting that group in November, December, they had 7 office discipline referrals. So they're sent out of school or out of the class 7 times, basically, to go to the office. During the group, their referral rate went down to 3 ODRs in a 2-month span. And then after the group, they have had 0 referrals since group concluded in February. And that was collected, I think, end of March, I want to
Yes,
say.
in
Yeah.
March. And just to piggyback on this, one of the things that they did do that our wellness center did do for this particular student is they started a punch card. And it really helped him visualize what was going on, and it had that instant feedback. So that helped as well. They had to, again, you have to tweak it a little if you think there's something else going on. And so that really, and it's being generalized at home. Mom is really, they're in touch daily, and she's giving positive praise, positive feedback based on what's coming home. So they're building that connection more.
And I think that's the big piece, is that each of these students were having constant conversations with families too, because generalization is always the key, right? The way I describe it is we want them to behave at school, but we want them to do the same at the park and at grandma's house and at Burgers and Cream, right? So if we can get them to generalize a skill, they're better off in the world. And that's what we're trying to do, is build good people, generally speaking. And I think this kind of, to link back to what Ali said a little bit, within the interventions work, the teams that are doing the interventions are collecting pre and post data to say from start to finish, are they able to, did they make some progress based on the skills we taught them? And then what you're seeing here is the outcome of that in the classroom setting. So outside of the group. So we're even looking at generalization into the school environment as a whole versus when they're in their small group together and practicing their skills. All right, so this is the same small group example, but now we're looking at a middle school student. And this was different. This was an internalizing behavior, not externalizing. So externalizing being that like hitting, kicking kind of stuff. Internalizing being kind of shut down, put your hood on, put your head down kind of stuff we see in middle schoolers. This child was very quiet, really struggling to build a peer group. And kids like this, honestly, with internalizing behaviors can get lost sometimes because they're kind of quiet and you don't notice. You notice the kid that's hitting and kicking, but you don't notice the kid who's a little bit quiet and has their head down. But the teachers noticed, the school noticed, which is a good thing. And I think our teachers are particularly skilled at. And this child was recommended for a small group. This particular small group had a self-rating scale system when the kid came in, 1 being low, 10 being high, and they gave the student a pretest, and they consistently ranked themselves in all areas on the pretest a 2 or a 3, meaning low in self-esteem and confidence. They finished the group, and they consistently ranked themselves an 8 or a 10 in all areas. They were feeling much more confident, which is a huge thing for especially a middle school kid.
And this was a grant that PCOE got for RAP. It's called RAP A services. And actually there's, we have somebody from a community, what's Victor?
Victor Community Support Services.
Victor Community Support Services going in as well and supporting with that. So we're bringing in our community as well. And we also work with them when we're looking at our suicide trainings.
Yeah, and self-harm trainings. Okay, and last we look at tier 3. So I named this slide wrong. I own that. It should be called behavior response. So when you saw Allie's numbers on behavior response, these are the same thing. I called it the wrong thing. So my apologies. So pretend it says behavior. But these are our tier 3 behavior response calls. And so, and you know, we heard some teachers talk earlier about there's these big behaviors happening in school, and that's true. That's accurate. And we're doing some things to put in place to prevent that in the future and hopefully see a lessening, right? And they'll probably never be 0, but at least it can be less. And so what we look at is October. October is always a big month. Call it kind of the honeymoon period's over. You know, stuff's really happening. Academics are getting harder, and we see a lot of behavior. And so at Auburn Elementary, we had 27 behavior response calls in October, meaning to the Wellness Center to ask them to come out and go into a classroom and help out with something big that was happening. Evie Kane had 52 and Skyridge had 43 of those same calls. When we look in March, after we've had time to put these things in place that are running their course, small group, high dose, tier 1, whatever it might be, Auburn Elementary was down to 2 behavior responses in March, which is a reduction of 92.5%. Evie Kane had 15, which is a 71% reduction, and Skyridge had 13, which is a 69% reduction. That might be my last slide. I think it is. Now we're at questions. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. I know we do have some questions. Who wants to get us started? Okay. And okay. All right. So let's see here. Okay, so I've got a question then. Can a student refer another student to wellness?
Yeah, good question. Do you want to stand over here?
Sure, yeah, the mic.
It's a good question. I don't know. I do know that we don't have a formal referral that a student would fill out for another student. Occasionally, especially in middle school, we've had students come in and say, I'm worried about my friend. They made a comment about thinking about suicide. What should I do? And of course, then in that situation, we would help, but it's never been a formal referral that would lead us to, meet as an intervention team to talk about that referral.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my follow on that, it's based on a real example the parent shared with me.
Okay.
So if a student is referred by another student,
Mm-hmm.
how are the parents and the school notified then?
Yeah. So is my example making sense, or do you want me to
No,
use
your
a different
example
one?
makes sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as what was told to me though,
Yeah.
a student said, "Hey, I'm concerned about another student."
Uh-huh.
Other student was called in by wellness
Mm-hmm.
without notifying the school team, at least
Mm-hmm.
that day. That student then missed a period of instruction,
Mm-hmm.
and the parent found out later because the student told her mom at home that evening.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that example. So
Okay. So I was
I would
wondering
be
if
happy to
if
look
that's outside
into
of the
it.
norm or
Yeah, I would be
okay.
happy to look into it if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so then to go on that, if a student goes into wellness for a wellness check, are the
Mhm.
parents notified?
Yes. I mean, especially if it's
You know, I
if
mean,
someone is that
I mean,
concerned. Yeah,
generally
sorry.
for like a wellness break, say
Uh-huh.
my kid wants to go and go to wellness for a wellness break, do the parents know that the kid went to wellness that day?
Do you want to answer that? Or do you want me to answer it?
I think you can answer that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wellness breaks are accessible to all students on campus. It's part of what's shared, I think, from the district about what supports are available. So we don't have, I'm sorry, a student doesn't have to receive a wellness break. If they come in for a wellness break, a parent is not necessarily notified of the first time a student receives a wellness break, especially if a teacher has asked them to take a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think I think it also speaks to what Ali was talking about before, where a one-off is one thing, but if we have 3 in a week, 4 in a month,
Yeah.
then we have to follow up on that, refer to the wellness team. Most likely, then they're talking about what else are we going to do, and that's when we're bringing parents on board in terms of consent to whatever the recommendation might be.
Hold on, Amber, I see, but before, if I could keep rolling with that though. So let's say we get to that point though. The student has come in like 3-4 times. Now we're bringing the parents. Let's say the student isn't found to really need additional services. Are
Mhm.
they then told, hey, you need to stop coming to the wellness center?
If the parent doesn't want a parent can absolutely say, I do not want my child coming into wellness.
Even without the parent, let's say the rest of the integrated support team there says, you really don't need these services.
Mhm.
One, do they say that? And two, would they then say, hey, stop coming to wellness?
A student can access wellness breaks at any time, which means that mostly a teacher can say, I want you to go reset in the wellness center. So that's never off limits unless a parent says, I do not want my student going to wellness. So because a wellness break is more tier 1, it means that we don't ever cut it off unless a parent or school staff has told us to. But that's different than an ongoing service that we determine a student doesn't qualify for.
Let me just jump in.
Yeah.
I think one of the things.
If you please just try talking to the mic.
Sorry.
Thanks.
And one of the things I'm wondering is, are you asking about how we just want to monitoring how much kids are there, and you're worried about instructional time?
I
Is
have a
that-
question about that. It
Okay.
could have been communicated to you,
No,
but this is more just about how do parents know if their student is going to wellness? If they're going in, if they're checking in even once a month, would I as a parent know if my kid is going for wellness breaks, occasionally, or if they're checking in on their own during recess or another time? How would I know my kid's receiving the services?
And maybe if you explained what a wellness break looks like, I think that would help
Mhm.
clarify, because my understanding is they're not doing a session, right?
Well, no, actually, that I understand. I mean, we can certainly ask them to explain, but I want to know, like, if my student was going into the wellness center, would I know?
I think Ali answered that generally. So when there would be a parent notification, I think too, one of the things that is important in our partnership with the district too is thinking through those things, right? So what are the policies on notification? What is that going to look like? When are we going to make those decisions? And we have opportunities to do that together. So I want to just put that into the space here. So these are decisions. This is a joint program. So we could get to have those conversations and engage around that and talk about what might be lost with that and what might be gained. And I think some of those come down to, all right, value decisions. You know, how do we want that program to look? How do we want it to feel? What do we want to lean towards? And I think there are opportunities to do that collaboratively. So.
And sorry, Amber, I jumped over your question.
No, I didn't. I was trying to help clarify. That's all. Because it seemed like your question was around, or I was understanding it as like, should a parent be notified if a student's coming in for a wellness break? I understand your question now. And I think I was just wanting you guys to clarify what happens during a wellness break so that, and I think that's still, I'm still curious. It would still be valuable to know when a student comes in for a wellness break, what happens.
Al, you're probably the one that can speak to that.
And I don't remember what slide it was on, if you want to be able to refer to that, but when a student comes in, we ask them why they're here, we have them sign in. And so we can track that data and determine, you know, how often they're coming in. And then depending on how escalated they are, we ask them to engage in one of the toolbox tools. And so usually the clinician chooses that based on whatever the student is presenting with. And we have them set a timer. We have multiple timers on our whiteboard in there. The students know to grab one. We set the timer. And then they usually can engage in some kind of calming activity. So whether that's talking that through with the clinician or the liaison, or they're doing some deep breathing at the table, or they have one of the fidgets and they're sitting in the quiet area on the couch, they can do that. But usually there's some conversation about engaging in a skill so that we can send them back to class and reduce the risk of them coming back again when they don't need to.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that since it is a toolbox is tier 1, meaning all students are taught it, right? Like school wide, it could be students come to an office and the secretary says, let's pick a toolbox, right? So just pointing out, like, as a tier 1 thing, it could be the school nurse who's in there and they sign in and they use a toolbox tool, or it could be a classroom aide, right? Theoretically, as a tier 1 strategy, it could be.
Well, and let me add one piece too, is that I think I hear what Greg's saying too, and I agree with Luke. Like, we can come up with these policies and talk about these things. And then I think we need to define kind of what tier 1 is available, and because there is more than just wellness, right? So there's lunch bunch, for example. A number of our schools run lunch bunch. Kids can choose to go there or not, right? If recess is a hard time for them, they might go to lunch bunch. They have, some schools do board games, whatever, it's in the library. So kids can choose to access those tier 1 interventions. And sometimes the teacher might direct them to do that too, like asking them to take a wellness break. And if we think about it from an academic lens, that's very similar to like a teacher does a whole group lesson on ELA. They realize that these 3 students in the front kind of need a little second dose of that. And so during center time, they pull those 3, they do a small group for 10 minutes, they catch them up on that skill, and then out they go back into the whole class instruction. So there's different ways we do those tier 1 strategies. Wellness is just one thing related to behavior, but certainly we can talk about it. But there's a continuum between academics, behavior, and what have you. We have a number of ways that we do that. So, yeah.
I want to piggyback back on what Greg was talking about the parental consent. Do we have active consent, or is it passive, where parents can sign consent saying or sign a form saying they don't want their student in there, as opposed to saying every, start of the school year, yes, my child can visit wellness? Do we have those forms? Or are kids just entering at will, and then 3 or 4 visits in, you guys are like, oh, hey, we've seen Johnny a lot, we need to get consent? What is the way that it happens?
Yeah, up to you. I talk about that. Yeah.
I think I can touch on that. So the active versus passive consent. So active requires, in our case, we do informed consent, right? It's not enough just to get a signature, but we need to explain what the service is. So that's the standard that we hold our program to. And those are when we're providing a more in-depth service, right? So if you think about tier 1, so right now we treat wellness breaks as a service that any kid can offer, right? So a kid in AUSD, any school, has guaranteed access to instruction, right? Everybody gets that piece, right? So we think of those wellness breaks as that, right? We're doing skills, we're giving kids a chance to reset. A lot of schools do this with buddy classrooms. So, hey, I'm the 3rd grade teacher. I know next door is a second grade teacher. That kid has a good connection with them. And so then we see schools that will do that, outside of wellness. So that is the difference between when we move to that active informed consent is when we're really stepping into that service. That's when we're calling a parent. That's when we are explaining the program. That's when we're getting active consent. I don't know of any program where there is active informed consent for a tier 1 support. So something that's offered to every single kid. So I think that would be, again, some of these things like, okay, what makes sense? What friction gets put in the system with those things, and some of those things, there may be some conversations on that, but that is how the program is currently structured. So does that answer your question?
It does. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, I think for context too, I mean, at least certainly for myself, and this isn't about wellness's relationship with AUSD, to this just a point kind of for context, but there have certainly been things in the news in the last couple of years in Placer County that have caused parents and parts of the community to distrust wellness centers. And I think that probably has informed some of the questions tonight. So, it maybe, it's not, I think about, this informed or active consent, some of that's because there's mistrust with the wellness centers or, maybe misunderstanding with them, but we certainly get that from the community. And, I think that's what some of us are here to ask about. So you in one of your responses to my question, we started talking about kind of instructional time. I was wondering if you did have that information, because if we had, I think it was, I wrote down 6,181 sign-ins across the district this school year. If each one of those visits was an average of 5 minutes, that's 513 hours out of the classrooms. Do you track that information? Do we know how much time our students have spent in wellness center this year?
We track, as you guys know, we track the visits, and they are time limited to 15 minutes. So that would be the upper piece of it. I think it's important to, as we think about this data collection, right? So we say we really care about instructional time. We know, right? So instructional time, we think about reading, the time that a kid actively engages in the process of reading and instruction. Actively engaged means that they're responding, that they are engaged in reading, is one of the best indicators of learning to read. So we know that, right? So if we are concerned about time out of class, I do think it's really valuable to just track time out of class. How are we doing that? Are we tracking that for suspensions? Are we tracking that for absences, for kids that are late, for kids that go up to the office because they're not feeling well? I do think there's value in that, because that's an indicator, right? If we say, hey, this kid's missing a lot of class, we should be concerned. We should say, that kid probably needs something else. So generally speaking, are we in support of tracking time out of class? Absolutely. And again, I think, what's feasible for schools to handle, that's not a decision that we get to make for Auburn as PCOE, but I do think it's worth something to pay attention to.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You want to go? Or I'll add one thing. Sorry.
Do it.
You tell me. I also will say that I think wellness breaks are definitely going to be time out of class, up to 15 minutes. But what we've learned, and why I think this is me very anecdotally, okay, but why those behavior response calls have declined is because we're better utilizing those when we understand where a kid is in their trajectory on a behavior curve, right? Because they're escalating, and you got a little guy who's escalating, and you can say, you got to stay and kind of push. And then what that looks like, and some of our teachers will tell you in some of our classes, is children becoming escalated enough that they're running around a classroom, they're clearing desks, then they're making it an unsafe situation, which now what we have to think about is what's also happening for loss of learning time for the whole class, right? So I think we're getting better and better over time to say, oh, I know this student, I understand where they're at, I'm watching what's happening, and I'm seeing those indicators that are telling me they're ramping up. And that's where a teacher might say, hey, this might be a good time for a wellness break. And if we've built that in to be a safe thing that they understand with their teacher is, okay, I'm going to go there. I've been in the wellness centers when kids come, they like the fidgets. There's a lot of fidget tool usage. They have the toolbox posters up. Someone's saying like, oh, let's try a breathing tool. They're doing the fidget tool. They're doing 5-finger breathing, and they're out. I hang out in wellness for 10 minutes. I watch a kid come in and go. but then it also prohibits them from having additional loss of learning time or creating more for the class. So that's worth thinking about. But Emily, go
Well,
ahead.
so to ask you a question about your anecdote,
Yeah.
is the clearing the desk, the running around the classroom, that kind of behavior, would that be considered tier one? What tier would you consider that?
I think everyone would tell you at that point, we're probably dealing with, I don't, if you're going to tier one particular individual behavior, that's definitely going to be something big, right? Though that's the instance where wellness does get called, and then they come in, and typically what we then look at is if it's not safe for the students in the classroom and safety is our first priority, the class gets cleared. So one kid who's having something and 19 kids go out, wellness might stay in there with that one kid and try to de-escalate within the classroom. I'm gonna be honest, it probably is going to take longer than that 15-minute wellness break. And then those 19 kids are outside the class with their teacher, right?
Yeah.
And that's happened. That's just real. That's happened at every class at every site, not every class, sorry, but at every site at some point this year, something like that has occurred. And so we're working through those things to try to figure out how to address
So
it.
the tier one break is to prevent the tier three escalation. It's the
Yeah,
proactive strategy.
in many cases, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
So
We have gotten kids that have learned to regulate themselves. And I know of a certain little first grader who I heard say, I'm mad, I'm angry, I need to go to wellness. They get it. Because can I do an anecdote too? I actually, I worked with the middle schoolers that they were 6th, 7th, 8th graders. They did not have IEPs. They were the ones that everybody put outside the door. I had what was called the CARE program, and I cannot remember what the acronym means, but I worked for PCOE, and I did have people coming in my classroom, and we were doing second step, and it took a lot. I did that for 5 years. So I really got to see my kids. They usually stayed with me. That wasn't the point of the program, but that's what they needed. And I could see how they, like one student who just liked to fight, got hit in the head with a volleyball because another kid threw it at him because that's what 7th grade boys do. But he didn't run up and hit the other kid and engage in the behavior. And I was like, okay, that is a split-second decision. He never would have been able to do that if he did not have, at that point in time, we had social workers coming in the classroom. So I feel very strongly about it because I had those kids. I've done PBIS. I've been a teacher. Luckily, I got a lot of training. I got training from a behaviorist. And so I think that's just why I'm so passionate about it. Because my kids they didn't think anyone cared. And I did, but I also held them to very high standards. So
A quick question on that. Can you help me define what would be, a trip to the wellness center versus, a discipline action versus, like you said, like if a student, physically harms or is about to physically harm, would that be something more,
that would be
being
an
disciplined?
admin call on the radio. Everyone has walkies, correct? Everyone has walkies. That would either be a call to the principal, the psychologist actually also helps, or the counselor. And there will also be campus monitors that will come and help as well because they're getting training in de-escalation as well. And so we try to do everything we can to prevent, but when those things do happen, we have a way of getting in touch with the people that we need for them to come. Go ahead. Yeah.
And what I would say, Jason, is, absolutely, if we get to the point of discipline, it goes to discipline and that happens, right? But then we don't just say, okay, that happened. The discipline doesn't necessarily fix the behavior, right? So then we have to go back to the wellness team and say, okay, Johnny got suspended for X or whatever the case is. So, and that's happened twice now. And so we want to look at as a wellness team and say, what can we do to prevent that from happening in the future? And that's how referrals for things like small group, could be individual, I don't know, right? But whatever that is, the wellness team can then help so that proactively we can prevent that from happening again. Because we don't want kids to be suspended. We want them to come to school, but we also need them to behave when they're there. And so we're working through some of that. And it's a work in progress. It's not perfect. I think we all know that, but we're doing different things to try to help. And that's part of the conversation where wellness comes into play as well. Yeah.
real quick, on the up to 15 minutes, is that 15 minutes in the wellness center? So they check in and there's like a timer.
Yeah,
and they check
it's
out.
rarely 15 minutes. Most of the time it's 10. We sometimes students will say, I need 1 more minute after the 10, and we'll give them that. Or of course, if it's not a tier 1 break and it's more of a escalation thing, they might get a couple minutes longer, but usually it's 10 minutes. And so it probably is about, 12 to 15 minutes total, depending on where their class is on campus from the time they leave to the time
Plus
they
time to like reintegrate.
yeah.
all that.
Yeah. But I think to Brittany's point, I think the reintegration time is probably a lot shorter than it is when they have that escalating behavior. And sometimes, especially depending on the grade or the student's behavior, we will go with them back to class to help them reintegrate quickly so it doesn't take too long.
Okay. And then one other question I had, I think you said this, Lucas, about the sign-in numbers that you're tracking who's signing in, and you can if they're coming in for a quick sign-in, or if they're coming in for a group. Can you differentiate those numbers for us and send them to us so we can see what the actual sign-ins are?
Do you want to answer that?
For? Yeah. And also if you have the length of time that they're signed in, because I think they sign in by tablet, right?
Yeah, they do sign in by tablet, but they don't sign out because we time limit their breaks. We generally know how long someone is staying. And if someone is staying longer than that, then there's usually something else happening, whether that's a referral or whatever. So if it's for a break, we'll know what that time is. Yeah.
But if they're coming in for a group, that would be included in the group numbers you already gave us, right?
That's correct.
So if we just subtracted the number of people that are in groups and have had counseling.
Yes.
Do you
However,
think the same number?
sometimes, a student is absent for a week, so maybe those numbers would be off, or we had a student do a risk assessment or something. So we could make sure they're accurate.
You had a question?
I think she answered.
Okay. Good deal. Sorry to put you on the spot. So about sign-ins too, could you tell us how, or get back to us, how many of these are unique sign-ins of the these 6,200, and how many are repeat? What percent of students make up kind of the bulk of it? Is that what we're seeing, or is it kind of evenly spread? And then I had a question to follow up on a slide. It was hard to write these down and not forget where I was at. But we talked when you were Allie, when you were talking about informed consent and then moving, if you have it for one program, but maybe it's determined that somebody is best served by another, that is best practice to get the parents to reauthorize or a new consent for the new treatment. Is that best practice or is that required practice?
Just to clarify, they don't have to sign a new form. It's just for marriage and family therapists and for clinical social workers, our code of ethics states that you should be informing families that if a group service finishes and you think they need another group or they need an individual, that we're informing them of that. So, and again, that is not, there's no requirement by law for them to sign a new informed consent, but it's reviewed in the integrated team as well as in clinical supervision that they're going to connect with the family. And as Brittany shared in that example about the student in the group, when a student is getting a group or individual, we're in really good contact with the families for the most part.
Perfect. Yeah, that was part of it. Thank you. So now another question that I'd sent ahead of time. Have we seen a change in reported numbers of suicidal ideations and attempts or self-harm in our student body that correlates at all with wellness centers? So do we have those numbers, that predate? I know that maybe is more on our side. Do we have that predating the wellness center being on our campus by at least a few years? And are those numbers, is it affected at all?
Yeah, we don't, I think I had emailed you back and said we can check, and Kelly looked into it. We don't have numbers going back to, I think it would be 2017. We were looking to see what we would have this year in terms of self-harm and that kind of thing. And I think some would be handled by wellness. Those are sort of emergency situations. So it's who's ever available, right? It could be one of our psychologists, it could be wellness, that kind of thing. So I think those numbers you looked at, correct?
Yeah, wellness, our counselors at Auburnell, I got data from Auburnell. My mental health specialist has done 27 risk assessments, and that's in addition to what wellness has done. And then I haven't gotten EBK numbers, but Skyridge was 5.
I think that's just something I'm curious if we can pay attention to going forward, just so we can see the efficacy of it, because somebody might self-report one thing, but then the actual results might not be the same.
Okay. Sure.
I think it's a great point, and I think some of the difficulty with the data is just that we've had the school changes. So it's really hard to look at the data when students who were at Rock Creek 2 years ago are not there now. And I think that now that you all are in this 3-school district, and I think that's going to stay, it'll be a lot easier for us to look at data year to year.
Greg, can I ask you, because I want to make sure I have a list. So future data, self-harm, I have that. We're going to differentiate, Luke and Allie are going to help us differentiate the data on sign-ins between individual, group, and break. But I think you asked for one other thing in terms of breaking down the data.
On unique student.
That's right. Thank you.
So, obviously not their identity, but just.
So I'm duplicating numbers.
Thank you.
And the same with differentiating, like how many of these are, is that what you're saying? The same student? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll break it down by, say there's 2,000. How many of those are breaks? How many are group? How many are individual? And then out of those 2,000, how many students does that, is it 1,000 students coming twice each or 2,000 unique ones? We'll break. Well, Allie's going to do that. I said I'm not going to do any of it. But.
I've still got a couple questions left, so I want to turn over to anybody else before I
I'll wait
keep
till you're
talking. All right. So, I guess, so what metrics does wellness use to show to demonstrate the success of the program? Is there something objective where you can show, yes, it's been successful? And what is that?
Yeah, I think I can jump in there. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier is we're grant funded. So anytime you're grant funded, you create what we call a logic model, saying, okay, here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to provide staff, we're going to train those staff, we're going to place them in schools, this type of model. And then we say, all right, we're also going to measure certain things. And so those are the data points that Allie reported on. So generally speaking, when you're getting grant funded on these things, they're asking how many kids are you serving? And then, how quickly are you doing that? And then one of the things that we're really focused on in our work is being more systematic about data collection. So historically, if you think about schools, were very data rich. Behaviorists, they're very data rich. Mental health has not been as data rich. And so I think one of the opportunities that exists for making services better is shifting from an access model, how many kids do we serve, to a very clean benefit model. So we're developing those processes now for our tier 3 services. We've defined that. We'll begin training our folks on that. And then the other thing too with that is that those more complex data pieces, we want to do those in partnerships with district. We have some data that we can collect, but we're going to be limited on what that is and what that looks like. I think our best case scenario with that, those data collection, is to have a district community team where we say, okay, as a group, what do we value? What are those valued outcomes we have? And then how would we go about measuring them? Okay. And then we have to balance that out going, okay, I love data. I get the data all day, but eventually people have to serve kids. And we kind of say, okay, what is that balance of how we collect those data? So the question is, no, we don't have a one-to-one kid went to the wellness center and got XYZ benefit. We are developing that right now. And then I think too, looking at those data, looking at the broad data, like Dr. Meyer did, saying, are we seeing benefits behaviorally? Because we would expect to see some of that. So I hope I didn't drone on too long on that. I mean, and kind of to answer that, but I do think that that's important work, but it's important work that we would have to do together. And we do this with districts. I'm just tell you right now in our department, and it's intensive. We meet with district leadership teams for equivalent of multiple days just to build all of those systems. So that is work that's underway and that we do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And and seeing some of the results and seeing the decline in referrals, that's good to look at. And really, I was just asking kind of generally if there are any, not just the ones I already asked about, but because the number of sign-ins and all that's process, but that's not outcomes and results. So that's kind of what I was looking at.
Are there pieces that I didn't speak to that currently you would speak to?
No.
Okay.
But it sounds like you do, at least with the groups, there's some kind of self-report, like you said, there's a rating scale. So you have some data points, but it's
Yeah, and that depends on the group as to what kind of assessment there is based on what's appropriate for how do we know if the student had the skill or didn't. And then for individual counseling, that's a little bit easier because you come up with a really clear goal that's very measurable, reviewed with the student and the teacher and the parent. And so it's a lot easier to say the student's going to go from 3, times kicking peers to 0 times kicking peers, and we can measure that and say they met their goals.
yeah, it sounds like it's the challenge is that there's lots of different ways you could measure it
Yes.
because you're doing lots of different types.
That's right. Yeah, and again, I really do think it's first of all the grant, what they require for data collection, and then what we're able to do beyond our time that we're hired to do certain things for the grant is tricky. But then also just the shift in student population, and even we were at EV Kane in year 1, and then we weren't for a couple years, and now we're back again. So all of that would impact what the data would look like too.
Can you tell me what the group's subjects are and who leads those?
Sure. Most of the groups are led by our mental health specialists, and they're all skill-based groups. So usually focused on increasing social skills or impulse control or emotional regulation. So self-control in particular, if there's students who are having a really hard time managing their anger in the classroom and, getting really upset, whatever that looks like, then we might get a group to teach them how to deal with that. We also have the RAP-A group that Kelly mentioned, which stands for Resilient Adolescent Program. And so that's for, I think it's 5th grade through middle school. And that's a skill-based group too that also teaches social skills, but that one can be run by the liaison. It doesn't require a clinician, but they still get informed consent for that service.
So if it's not done by a mental health specialist, it's done by the liaison?
Yes, but only, again, not any therapy groups would be done by the liaison. Yeah.
And then are 5th grade students with 8th grade students in these
No,
groups?
no, definitely not. Yeah, usually it's grade based. Sometimes we might have, let's say we have a 5th grade group, we have one 6th grader who the team feels is developmentally a good fit, and there's not a group for 6th graders, we might pull them in, or vice versa. And occasionally we've done like a helper. So we may have, let's say, a 5th grader who's really struggling with social skills, but they really struggle in the group environment, but they're really good with younger kids. So we might suggest that they help us run the 1st grade social skill group, talking with the parent, and then they get to practice and model those skills without really attending the group, which is really cool to see.
But that's what I was going to ask too. What grades are mostly in the groups? Are there, it sounds like you have the lower grades.
Yeah,
as
it's a
well.
good question. Our therapist at Auburn is running a TK group right now, which is a particular challenge. We run them for any grade. Usually we look at the data, whether that's how many referrals we've received, like the last quarter. Wow, we have a lot of referrals for 1st graders. Should we look at a group or office discipline referrals? And so we do group cycles. We don't just run groups. We don't start and end groups whenever. There's 3 times a year. We say, okay, groups are starting again, and teachers know that. We message that to them, and so they can particularly think about if there's any students they think might need to be referred, and then we can build a group that way. So it's cohesive around a specific topic and a specific age.
So it sounds like you look for referrals if you're building a group.
So when the group cycle starts, the wellness team will reach out and say, we're starting groups in March. If you have any students that you haven't had a chance to refer yet, now is a great time, because we always want to try to go with a lower tier service versus tier 3 individual counseling. And we know that at least being with peers, even if they're out of the classroom, is a great opportunity to practice some of those skills they're learning at school. So we always try to do that versus individual.
And then, so are the groups always tier 2?
I would say groups are generally considered a tier 2 service because it's a little bit more than that universal, everybody has access, but it's not as targeted and as intensive as tier 3. So in general, I think in PBIS and MTSS, groups are usually considered tier 2. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything to that.
Thanks.
I may have only one question left, and it's based on something I observed before I was on the board. So it may have already been resolved, but our wellness staff, is it okay for them to wear but I'll just tell you, saw a wellness staff member wearing a lanyard and buttons that clearly represented political and social causes. Is that something that is acceptable among wellness staff, or is that something that's discouraged?
No, the PCOE employees are bound by PCOE policies and dress codes. I don't have our dress code policy, but those are the kinds of things that dress code violations would be handled by our management staff. So
Okay.
yeah.
So if somebody saw that on our campus, they should go to PCOE or talk about it with district staff.
If there were a concern about one of our employees, whatever it may be, I would hope that folks would go probably first to our site leaders and say, hey, I saw this, whatever it may be, and then we would be in contact with AUSD. And we would work through that together. And I wish, President Holt, that I could cite our dress code, but I do think those kind of things are, we do have a very clear dress code at PCOE, and we tend to follow through on things. And so if there's some sort of violation, we have a commitment even just in our department that we do what we say. And so if we're supposed to do something, we are to do it.
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't send that one to you ahead of time. I should have.
No worries.
I wasn't trying to just get you on the spot. I'm not asking you to cite the dress code or anything.
No, I know you're not. No, I just wish I had it.
Yeah.
Which was, I don't know how long ago that was, but a couple of years ago, a staff who doesn't work at PCOE anymore, but they had something in the wellness center, posted in the wellness center that I did not approve to be in the wellness center, and AUSD staff came to us and said, hey, this is in here and we don't think it should be. And it was resolved that day. And I say that example to say that's the kind of expectation we have for communication. We can't see our staff every day all the time, but we have a good relationship and would hope that we could just have a call about that or an email and just resolve it.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's just like the newspaper, right? The bad stories front page, and then the fix is on A12, right? So, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So for staffing, I know we just talked about a little bit about the youth and community liaisons. Who picks those, and are there background checks? Are there references? What kind of, what does that process look like?
I can take that, and both have probably been involved in that as well. Generally, when we hire any of our wellness staff, that we do that collaboratively with the district. So we're longer in the tooth now than we were. So some of our staff may move around, but generally speaking, when we hire wellness staff, we do that with PCOE and a district representative. All PCOE staff, all AUSD staff are bound by the same background checks and fingerprinting regulations. And PCOE, we do have a policy, and another number, we do background checks, and we're required to do, not a background check, excuse me, a reference check. We do background checks, but we're required to do a reference check of a previous supervisor as well. So that also happens.
And I would just want to add that the job descriptions for both of these positions and our clinical supervisors are all on PCOE's website, and it goes over there, the credential requirements, fingerprinting. All of our liaisons are required to have a bachelor's degree. So you could see all of those in detail too, if you wanted to.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, then I got a few more if you guys are done.
Okay.
So, I got that one. Okay, so on with the wellness centers, has there been any discussions, or are there any discussions as far as the end date? When we get to this point, when we get to we feel we've done a good job, we're going to end the program, or is this something more along the lines that, I know it's being funded with grants and stuff like that, or is this look more like this could be a long term, it's something that is never going to go away?
Question, and just on PCOE side, that we don't have a particular end date for wellness centers in general across our program. We are bound by how much revenue we can generate. So there's that piece that I would just kind of say about our program, and then bring it look to you for the other piece there.
Yeah. And we had talked about this a little bit. It's, separate and apart from this, but obviously a little somewhat linked is the community schools grant that we talked about in January, I want to say. And we applied for in terms of starting to fund wellness centers and staff them with AUSD within AUSD when PCOE grant funding runs out. And I guess what I would say to you, Jason, is so we say this often in special ed is like we're trying to work ourselves out of a job. And if we can do that, everyone's thrilled. And I think if we could work ourselves out of a job with wellness centers and look at data and say, look, we got 4 kids coming in every other week and we don't run any groups anymore. I mean, I would love to be in that place. And I think we could talk about it if and when we get there. Where we have our numbers now, I think it supports that we still need that service. But yeah, I think that's
Okay.
data is important for lots of reasons. And that's one of them, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'll end with this. We hear this quite often. We heard it again tonight, and not only in our board meetings, but also when I'm out in the community, and a lot of people have come to me and um, across the board, as far as behavior is such an issue in the classrooms, and it seems not to get it any better. And so how is that gauged as far as, the behavioral issues inside the classrooms with the wellness centers? You guys been on site for 2019, and what I'm seeing is that we're not seeing a decline on behavior issues. I know we've gone through some changes with schools and closing schools. So is that talked about, or what does that look like?
Yeah. Maybe I can jump in too, because I think, wellness centers are offering supports in terms of coping skills and strategies, which can certainly alleviate some of the things that lead to behavior before we get there. But behavior, if you look at an overall trend, right, it's changing. We're seeing more intensive behavior. It's not just Auburn. About it. It's really good with it, right? It's at EV Kane, but it's not just EV Kane. It's, you can go to any school in Placer County. And so, or the state of California, or the nation, I would guess, right? But we're working on that and trying to work towards some solutions. I think wellness centers are a partner in that, because we have to build those foundational skills with kids. We have to support them where they're at and try to help them move forward. And you're right, we've been through a lot of changes. Some of those things may impact what we're seeing now. It's probably not the only reason, but it's maybe a factor. And we just keep moving that ball forward inch by inch. I don't know if we can correlate necessarily behavior to wellness centers and if this was functioning, this doesn't happen. There's more going on than just one preventative measure. There's obviously a lot of stuff that happens outside of school too that we're working through.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to just keep looking at the data and figure out, what do we need to do now? Like, we are where we are, we see this, where does that tell us, and where's the need? And that may be wellness centers, it may be more foundational tier 1. We implemented tier 1 social emotional at middle school this year because we saw a lot of behaviors happening that we could potentially cover by teaching coping strategies and problem solving and conversations where we don't agree. And so we put those things in place and kind of keep moving inch by inch. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the best I
also
got.
just with, looking at some of the data you shared, we see a lot of data needs for young grades,
Mhm.
first grade, right? So that's these kids are just getting to school and having,
Mhm.
having these needs before anyone's had the chance to provide intervention.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, too, it's just they happen to be getting stood up in 2019, and then 2020 happened. And all those kids who were little or born then, they were missing a lot of those social cues. They're stuck in their homes, and they're often getting babysat by a screen. And I think, the source for some of your data has quite a bit of writing about that. So
Yes.
Anything else?
I just have a comment, 2 comments. One, just before I remembered that we even had this on the agenda, a student just randomly shared that they've been seeing a counselor at Skyridge and was just talking about it, and so happy to chirp on about going to counseling and how it's been helping them. So I thought that was awesome. I'm really grateful for the work that you guys are doing. Just anecdotally, my child has been sent away because she was just trying to get out of work, and they recognized that. They're like, back to class. So but thank you guys. I appreciate it.
And I'll just leave just with a concern that I have is that, where wellness is being replaced with disciplinary, actions. And, that's just a personal concern that I have is, I know that we don't want to suspend, wellness is, it's a much more better option, but, I'm concerned that it is being replaced. So, and I'll end with that. Thank you.
all right. And
I'm just wondering, I don't know what the answer to this is, but I would love to hear from any of you, whether it's tonight or another time if there's any data point that we might need to collect or try to pull that would maybe answer some of that. Because I think that's a great question, Jason, is just how we look at that. So thanks for bringing that up.
All right, before we let them go, does anybody else any final questions? All right, thank you very much, folks. Now,
you.
it's also, thank you. It is 8:51. Let's round up, take a 10-minute recess and be back in our seats here at 9:02. All right, it is 9:02. We're gonna reconvene here. So next up is the report from Auburn Elementary School.
Good evening, President Holt, Clerk Grigsby, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Meyer. I am Kathy Putke, Principal of Auburn Elementary, and here to present our site report for the year. Yay. All right. So during 23-24 school year and 24-25 school year, Auburn Elementary welcomed new students, families, and teachers. As a result, this has been a year of building culture, fostering connection, and establishing a strong foundation for growth and success as our school community. And to kind of go more into that, so who we are, Auburn Elementary proudly serves 503 students. We are a PBIS recognized school. We're actually gold recognition, which signifies the highest level of achievement, with our consistent implementing of PBIS strategies and behavior support. We are Title I eligible. We have 84% of our student body is qualifying. And another really important thing is we have community partnerships with the Placer County Food Bank. They biweekly have food distribution at our site, produce and non-perishables for our community. And we also work with the Placer County Sheriff's Activities League, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And so let's look at how we are building culture. So our first, next slide, sorry. Our first school-wide celebration was led by our TK students. We gathered together as a whole community in the NPR, turned out the lights, and our TK students paraded through in honor of St. Lucia's Day. You could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet as our youngest students walked in, sang this beautiful song, and kind of just gathered all of us together. It was a great little celebration. Next, our PBIS rallies, our school events that celebrate positive student behavior and promote positive student school climate. This is is one of our 6 through 8 rallies. It features, we have games, challenges within the grade levels, and recognition of students who demonstrate PBIS related behaviors. In TK through 5, our PBS rallies are student-led by our student council. We meet once a month. It is on the first Friday to learn our new behavior of the focus for the month. We celebrate and recognize students who have done well, who have demonstrated specific behaviors, and it's a great celebration. Next, we have this year we have started what we call toolbox teams in the 6 through 8 for our middle school students. Every other Wednesday, our middle schoolers begin with an SEL time. This is for group interaction, connections, building on skills that, like that self-awareness and time management strategies, social awareness, and really giving them the tools that they need to kind of navigate those the stresses of the day. A really fun thing that we have are our spirit days. These are our fun community building activities. We had Read Across America. We celebrated Kindness Week and Holiday Spirit. Kids were dressed up as packages one day. It was kind of cute. I don't know how they got good schoolwork done, but they looked really cute. And when we come back from our long break, we're going to kick off with a Spirit Week of kind of celebrating, getting ready for CASP testing. And we're going to do that school-wide. In January, we had our first middle school dance, and it was just a really great fun. It was a December themed dance, and the kids kind of stood around until about 5 minutes until it ended, and then they actually danced. Yeah, it was a middle school dance. All right, next slide. So now I really want to talk about how we're fostering connection through our collaboration with our community groups. So we had the Auburn Symphony, which was for TK through 5, and that was sponsored by Auburn Education Foundation. They came to our school. It was a joyful celebration of music, but I think what really made it even more engaging for our kids is our VAPA teacher, Mr. Matson, prepared our students by having lessons prior to them coming. He really centered his lessons for the weeks coming up to this assembly based on music, the orchestra, the instruments they were going to see. And so that with that foundation, they really had an understanding of what they were kind of experiencing. And I think that really led to incredible engagement from our TK students all the way to our 5th grade students, and to see a real symphony in real life, to have that experience. Next up is our entrepreneurship group. This was an amazing experience for our 6th through 8th graders. It was a lunchtime, it happened during lunchtime. It was for 8 weeks, and it was led by Jay Ross, the founder and creative director of Beats Lyric Leaders. It was sponsored by the Auburn Ed Foundation, and this program had our students exploring leadership and entrepreneurship by developing business plans and proposals. And then they worked with local businesses who provided feedback on their ideas. And what you see in these pictures was how the program ended. They ended with a showcase night of these students celebrating and pitching their business ideas to the community and to their families. We also invited Placer High School to their student leaders to come and visit our 8th grade students and share what a day in the life of a Placer High School student would be. They gave out swag, so then the rest of the day they were all walking around with their Placer High swag. And I think it really started to kind of get them excited about their own academic life beyond Auburn Elementary. Collaborating with Ron L. James and his team choices has been a tremendous opportunity for our students. In March, we had a TK through 5 assembly focused on responsibility with our actions and choices. And then and each month when he visits, he does a focus on restorative practices, emphasizing the use of circles and encouraging communication and understanding for our 6th through 8th graders. So as you know, the Placer Sheriff's Activity League is hosted at Rock Creek, and many of our students attend the after-school activities, which is a great partnership for us at Auburn L. In January, we hosted a special event with PCEL during lunch for all of our students, and it featured games, activities, prizes for our kids, and this event really was aimed to provide students with positive interactions and contributing a strong relationship with our law enforcement. March 14th, or 3.14, was our Pie Night. And this was a fun family engagement math night that we had. And it was filled with math games, hands-on activities. The kids explored how Pi 3.14 was universal. And of course, we had pie. It was donated from Ikeda's, and then pizza pie. So it's a lot of fun. Our parent-teacher club events, we have, trunk or treat, movie nights, math. That's okay. But I do want to point out our next two ones, and I invite you to our Glow Dance. That one is for the full TK. We're going to have TK through 5. They are going to have their time with their family, and then 6 through 8 middle schoolers. We're going to excuse parents because it's not cool to dance with parents when you're in middle school. And that's their time to dance away or hang out, and then 5 minutes until the end of the dance they'll actually dance. And then the big event is our Heritage Fiesta on May 9th. So I invite you to those events. This, though, is a very special event, really it's called Family Morning, and it provides parents and guardians an opportunity to go into their kids' classrooms. It's student-led, and students get a firsthand chance at showing their parent what they're learning. It's at the last Friday of each month. It's only about 10 minutes, but then it's followed up by coffee with the principal. And I want to thank Trustee Emily Travis for attending our last family morning and coffee with the principal. It's an opportunity for me to talk with our parents just about upcoming events, answer any questions that they have, and then socialize. But I think it was a great opportunity for you to have listened and kind of gotten some questions. And yeah, we had about 20 people. So it was really great. And so last, I just want to talk about, continuing to establish that strong foundation for growth and success as we move forward. So, these are the programs and support that we have. But, at Auburn Elementary, we have our ELD designated times. If you want to go to the next slide, it's easier. It's better with the pictures. So, we have iReady testing and ELD group times, reading intervention with our incredible teacher, Miss Wall. And then if you want to look at the next one, we have our hands-on, it's in the next one, but this is just some writing and math times. Up in the corner is another reading intervention group. And then one more side, we have hands-on math, hands-on science, and kids working hard. So also, growing our foundation for academics, our field trips, off-site field trips. Earlier in the year, our 7th graders were able to attend the Renaissance Fair that was at E.B. Kane. 4th grade has gone to Empire Mine. The pictures you see here are 5th graders who went to the museum, Mosaic, and that was helped sponsored by Auburn Ed Foundation. And upcoming, we have 3rd grade going to Bernhard Museum and a few other other field trips. We've also had the privilege of having some on-site field trips. This was a 4th grade Pioneer Day. It was early in the year, but it really kind of set our students up for learning about California history. And it was like a living museum where the docents were dressed up as pioneers and sharing the quilts and playing with the different paraphernalia. It was really great. I won't go too much into PCOE wellness, but this is our social emotional learning. Again, the amazing collaboration that we do have with our PCOE wellness, it really does provide and promote mental wellness for all. We have our Tier 1 support, classroom lessons that, like they talked about in some of these pictures. You can see lunchtime activities of blowing bubbles, and those are pictures of our wellness center. I won't talk much more though. Sports and clubs, but in addition of middle school has brought sports, and we have sports for our students, actually grades 5 and up, because you can play up in our league, and so we have volleyball happening, boys soccer, and we'll soon be starting track and field, and but we also have after-school clubs for our students too, and we have a Dungeons and Dragons club, and in the middle that's a friendship bracelet making club, and so it just provides after school fun and connection and friend, just that time. And so, just to kind of conclude this year, we really focused on building culture, strengthening our connections as a school, and really laying the groundwork for future progress. And while there's still a lot of work to be done, we've taken important steps forward for lasting growth and improvement. So I thank you for everything. It's been a privilege to be the principal at Auburn Elementary. So if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and 8C, our curriculum and instruction update.
All right. Long time no see. Kara and I are going to present about curriculum instruction. Kara is going to take the brunt of it at the start here, and then I'll catch the tail end. But Kara, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Good evening, Board President Holt and members of the board. My name is Kara Schwint, and I am the Program Specialist for General Education. Tonight, I'm going to be sharing with you the TK8 curricular programs that we have in AUSD and a few other things regarding that. So we're going to start with current curriculum for TK through 8. TK, as you know, stands for Transitional Kindergarten. Our current program right now is Frog Street. That was board approved and adopted in the spring of 2024, and we're currently in the year 1 of implementation. The program is a well-rounded program that includes 9 thematic units that integrate ELA or literacy, math, science, social studies, STEAM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics, has some social emotional connections, technology assessments, and then a family connection component. For our current curriculum for K through 5, our English language arts, or sometimes known as ELA, is McGraw-Hill Wonders, and you can see the mascots as they go from kinder all the way up through 5th grade there. For math, we use HMH, which stands for Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, and we use Go Math for that, and you see some examples of the books up there. For history, social science, we use Savvis, My World. And then for science, we use McGraw-Hill's Inspire program, and those are the K through 5 programs. The current programs for 6 through 8, again, English Language Arts, ELA, we use currently College Board, Springboard. For math, we use CPM, which stands for College Preparatory Math, and we use the Core Connections. Courses 1, 2, and 3 are the books that we use for that. For history, social science, we have McGraw-Hill's Impact. And then rounding up science, we use Discovery Education Science Tech books. Now we're going to talk a little bit about piloting. And just for you to know, the pilot process is about a 1-year process. I'm going to explain first the elementary process and then go into middle school. So basically when we do a pilot, we get a team of teachers as well as the Ed Services program. We use the CDE's State Board Approved Instructional Materials list, and then we develop a district lens as well as a rubric to narrow down the programs that are available to choose anywhere from 2 to 3 to pilot for a year. Then Ed Services connects with the publishers of those programs, and we get training for our teachers. We typically do about a unit of piloting with a class or groups, and that usually takes anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. And then we complete a rubric and a reflection process, and then we basically repeat 2 or 3 more times throughout the year. And then in the spring, we bring it to the recommendation to the governing board to get it approved and adopted. So this is our current pilot program. So starting off with ELA, our current program, again, Wonders by McGraw-Hill. That program is set to expire in 8 of 2026. So when I say expire, that means our contract will be up with them. We sign a contract for a certain period of time, and that will expire, which means we'll be piloting in 2029 and 2030, and then we'll implement that new ELA program, whatever our pilot team chooses and the board approves to adopt, in 2030 and 2031. Something to note for elementary pilot is that you typically want to do a year pilot, and then you do your implementation. And for implementation, you want to keep it to about a year or 2 before you consider doing another adoption with another core subject. Because our elementary teachers, K through 5, teach all the core subjects, you want to give them plenty of time with a new program to really develop and learn all the components of it before you move on to something else. So that's just for you to know. For history, social science, we have Savvis My World. That program is set to expire in 8 of 2028, and then we'll be piloting in 2032 to 2033. And then implementation for whatever new program we adopt will begin in 2033 and 2034. As I was typing these years, I was like blown away at thinking of some of these years. So for math, we did just have the 2023 California math framework come out. So we're currently waiting for publishers to come up with programs that meet the needs of the new framework. So we anticipate the state board will release the approved curriculums that they have for us to choose from in November of 2025. So our current program that we have did already expire in 7 of 2024. We will be piloting in 26, 27, and then implementing in 27, 28. And then lastly, for science, which is McGraw-Hill Inspire, that program's not set to expire until 7 of 2030. So we're not going to be piloting until 2035, 2036. Again, I can't believe I'm saying those years. And then implementation will be 2036 to 2037.
So these end 1 year, and then several years later is when we do a pilot. I'm confused on that.
Good question, because that's what I was going to jump in and just kind of explain that. So our contract runs 6-7 years, however long, that's pretty typical. And then what we're doing when we're signing a contract is we're saying, okay, we're agreeing to this contract, however that long that is. And every year you're going to send us X amount of consumables and what have you for all these different grade levels. And then we're paying for those materials throughout that 5-year contract or whatever it might be. When our contract expires, it doesn't mean we can't still use that curriculum. It just means we're no longer receiving shipments. So we have to kind of do a one-off each year and say, oh, we have so many consumables, we need to order a few more. And so we're doing 1 year by 1 year purchasing instead of throughout that contract period. Kara's going to talk about it on the next slide. We run into trouble if publishers stop publishing that material. So we're going to talk about a situation where that's the case and what we're going to pilot first, because we have to next year for middle school. But I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to make sure you know that the pilot process is really driven through teacher input. They're the experts in the classroom. So we're helping to figure out what it is that we can possibly look at and provide a structure for teachers, but they're working with us to look at those available curriculums and say, there's 4 of them and we're going to choose 2 to pilot. They're helping us choose which 2 to pilot, and then they're going to pilot them, give us feedback. Students will give feedback and parents will give feedback too. There's a parent review process timeline for each pilot adoption. And then we take all of that into consideration when bringing it forward to you as a board. And during the pilot as well, you're welcome to peruse the materials. If they're available online, which most are, then we make them available online. Otherwise, we set them up here at the district office and people can come through and check them out. And then the other thing to think about, why our dates start to go out so far, is that we have to make sure that we're going in between for these self-contained classroom teachers, but also our ed service team is running all the pilots, and it's hard to run, say 3 pilots at once. So what you'll see on the next page is middle school. We're balancing for our ed services team to run the pilot process between TK5 and middle school curriculum. So hence it goes out so far, but also prior to this year, we didn't have a pilot adoption plan like this. And so if we know what's coming and we have a map for that, it helps us be a little more intentional with what we're piloting when. So this should be helpful. Amber?
Thank you. Once you implement, how long do you keep that curriculum?
Yeah. It depends on the contract. Some contracts go for only 4 years. Some contracts go up to 8 years. We currently, our math program that we have in K5, Go Math, we've had since 2015. So we've had that for 10 years. And with the new framework coming out, we originally wanted to pilot sooner for math because we knew our math was getting out, it's been 10 years and lots has changed. So, but because of the new release of the framework, we want to make sure to give publishers time to catch up and really take a look at that framework and how we can best instructionally provide the math for our students.
And the framework is like the standards that have to be met, or what is that? What do you mean by
It's a
framework?
combination. So we have the the CCS, the Common Core state standards. And the framework is how we deliver instruction with the big ideas with those standards. So the standards won't change, just the framework and the delivery of math instruction will change. Those are great questions. Any other questions? Okay. So very similar formatting to, same
You're
one.
right. That,
Back
that
one more.
was the next slide. Looks similar.
It just looks similar. So this is the 6-8 curriculum pilot program. So the pilot is very similar for middle school as elementary. However, because we have single subject teachers teaching that program, they don't need to wait like our elementary teachers do. Because example, our elementary teachers teach all 4 subjects, core subjects in their classroom, whereas my ELA teachers are only teaching ELA. So there's not a need to wait. But like Brittany said, we have, or Dr. Meyer, sorry, we do as a ed services team need to make sure that we have the bandwidth to support those pilots. So we can give those teachers and the publishers all of our attention to make sure it goes well. So for ELA for 6th through 8th, we currently have a College Board Springboard, and that program expired 6 of 2024. We did receive notice that College Board after 25-26 will no longer be creating the books. McGraw-Hill has stepped in as a way to help get access to the materials, but after 2026, you'll no longer be able to get any of those materials. So there is a need to get ELA piloted, which is why we're going to pilot in 25-26 and implement in 26-27. For history, social science.
Just really quickly
go ahead.
about, or you can talk about it, the teacher team looking at this in May. And
Oh, sure. Yeah. So we have a lot of ELA that are state board approved and on the instructional materials adoption list. And so we are getting samples of those. So in later May, we're going to have a day where our ELA team and some other invited stakeholders will come and we'll take a look at the programs that the publishers have. We're going to give them a 45-minute quick publisher training. And then we're going to use a rubric to guide and narrow down choices with the team to decide on what 2 or 3 programs they would like to pilot in 25-26. Is there anything I'm missing in that?
No.
Okay, perfect. So history, social science for 6 through 8, we have McGraw-Hill's Impact, and that will set to expire in 8 of 2026. We'll pilot in 27-28, and the implementation will begin right after. We're in the same boat with math for 6 through 8 as we are through K through 5. Again, those that state framework is K through 12 that has come out, and so we're going to ensure that our 6 through 8 teachers and students have access to a program that is up to par with what that framework suggests and how the publishers have developed those programs. So our math did expire in 6 of 2024. So we will pilot in 26-27, a year after ELA, and begin implementation in 27 and 28. We are working with Placer High School and the programs that they have. We have a study sync, which is through McGraw-Hill. So we're going to also look at some of the programs that they use to make sure that we're ensuring our students going to their high school are ready.
Quick question.
Yeah.
On might be a silly question.
No.
But, with math,
Yes.
it said, it expired, and you're going through the contract expired.
The licenses.
Okay, so it's not like
Math is not gone.
okay.
We still have the CPM books
Thank
and we use those. Yeah,
Okay.
just our contract with them. Sorry if
Okay.
I didn't explain that
Thank
earlier well enough. Yeah, we still have the books. We have the digital licenses that Dave helps us get for our students and our teachers, and they have access to the materials.
And we have sorry, I'm not in front of me. We have a math collaboration for our middle school team with Placer High School this year set up. Is that the end of April or is it?
Yeah.
It's the end of this month. And so they're going to start having those conversations because Placer Union High School did also use CPM, but they moved to a different math adoption. So it's important for us to know that as we move into 26-27 year so that we can look at aligning so that it makes sense when our kids go from 8th to 9th grade.
Thank you. So now we're going to talk a little bit about our curriculum programs and how Educational Services Department supports that. So the Ed Services Department is a vital role in ensuring that our teachers and students are successful with the curricular program. So like I mentioned earlier, we are a big part of that pilot process and supporting the teachers and supporting the team and really guiding and leading them through that process to make sure we come to a good consensus on the program that will best suit our needs and bring to the recommendation of the board. We also help facilitate professional development, whether that's training with publishers or ongoing professional development, like our professional development days. We have one tomorrow, actually, that we helped coordinate and plan. So we participate in that. We also participate and keep up to date trends and research-based instructional strategies that really help support the curricular programs and support our students' growth and success. And then we also make sure to support new as well as veteran employees to ensure they have the familiarity with the programs and with and having a smooth transition into our schools. So now we're going to talk a little bit how those curriculum programs and the technology supports that we have for them. So we do have all of our curricular programs do come with a technology component to support students and staff. For staff, they use them to scaffold or to build in ways for students to access that grade level content. So part of the curriculum and technology piece allows for that. What you're seeing a picture of is our K through 5 ELA dashboard. That's a student dashboard. So in the center, you see the mascot. It's a little camel. I don't know what his name is. And then around that, you see the different colored dots. Each of those colored dots is a way for students to access the curriculum every week. So every week the stories change, the skills change, the concepts change. And so students and teachers have access to this online platform as a way to support students. And I'm going to go into detail about what those supports look like on the next slide.
So I know you're going to go into detail. Looking at that screen, I see a little video game controller.
Yes.
How much time is spent, or what percentage, if you can estimate that, is spent doing games?
I think it'd be fair to say that they don't spend too much time in the games. The book above is an accessibility support where students can listen to stories being read to them while they're reading the story. So again, it's a scaffolding piece so that students can access the reading so that they can work on the comprehension skills that the teachers are using. The games are more games around word work, vocabulary, questions being asked. And again, it ranges from K through 5. So they're not video games, they're academic interactive games that work on the skills that the students are being taught. Did you want to add anything to that? No.
No, we have a, it doesn't break down what exactly they're doing, but we do have a slide later because we had asked for some, I think we were asked for some data on technology usage. So we'll talk a little bit about that too, in terms of what we saw during classroom walkthroughs.
Are there any books used with that for
Yes.
ELA, or is it
yes.
all?
Yeah.
School? Like there's a textbook or
Yes.
there's, okay.
There's actually 2 textbooks with Goes with Wonder. There's a reading writing workshop book that the teachers use Monday to, well, this is for 3 through 5. K2, it looks a little different, but 3 through 5, they have a smaller book. It's called the Reading Writing Workshop. And it breaks down the skills that students are going to be doing that week in very short snippets and stories and little anecdotes. And then the students then, and they have an actual little key on the outside. So teachers sometimes call it the key book. Well, what they then do is Wednesday through Friday, the students then have a literature anthology, which they call a big book, and it has a lock on the outside. And what that is intended for is that the skills the students practice through guided instruction and through intervention, they then take it and apply it, because we want students to be able to apply what they learn, and they apply it in the literature anthology book. And so if, say, they're working on compare and contrast, or maybe they're working on cause and effect, they'll do a short story with that skill with their teacher the first couple of days. And then the last few days, they take a different story and they apply that same skill, cause and effect, in the bigger story. Sometimes in small groups, sometimes independently, it just depends. But yes, they all have some sort of book that comes with it.
Sorry, I'm again, but Wonders also has a number of what we call consumables that, like, what you probably would call a workbook, right? That kids would work in. And so those go along with the 2 books that Kara's talking about as well. And so that they can also have some guided practice and things that they would fill out individually or potentially in small group, depending on how the teacher's using it for instruction.
And one more, is the read along where they're reading and listening, is that K through 5 or K through 8? And does it stop at any reading level?
K through 5, the students all have access to what's considered text to speech, so that they can hear the story being read to them, if that's a scaffold the teacher wants to provide for the students while they're practicing a skill.
So I should have sent this ahead of time, but do you think at some point you could provide some sort of studies that show that actually helps with comprehension? What I've seen, listening while trying to read, because I know if I'm trying to read a thing while I'm listening to the thing, I'm doing one or the other, and I'm probably doing them both poorly. But I'm just speaking for myself.
Sure.
But studies I've been able to see about trying to read things even just on a screen versus on a physical book, retention and comprehension is worse on a screen than it is in a physical paper. So if those studies are out there that support this, I'd really be interested in seeing them.
Absolutely, we'll get that.
Thanks.
Yeah. So the next slide is going to show and break down how the all the curricular programs that we have, the technology supports that are embedded or come with how they can support students. So like we were talking about, digital textbooks, multimedia resources, and interactive activities can help keep students engaged as well as give some authentic practice. Some of the programs, especially our iReady program, comes with personalized learning pathways. And so what that does is allows students to take some sort of diagnostic that places them in a point, and then they have lessons that they work on in either math or reading, and they are going to make progress on their pathway and filling gaps and holes where the students might have in those content areas. For accessibility and support, again, features like text to speech, highlighting tools for annotating and learning how to annotate a text, whether it's digital or paper pencil, as well as translation supports for our multilingual learners. And then the anywhere, anytime, the cloud base allows students to practice at home if they have access to a device, if that's maybe a plan that the teacher has in place with the parents, being able to access that. And then of course, we know that immediate feedback is really important, whether it's on an assignment or assessment. When students take those digital lessons or quizzes or assessments, they get instant feedback that helps them to grow in their learning versus waiting for, some time passes along before they get that feedback. So these are just some of the ways that the technology supports that we have in those curricular programs helps them. Do you have any questions about this for students before I go on to staff? Okay. So for staff, they also benefit from having these technological components in our curricular programs. So it offers them planning tools like digital lesson plans, pacing guides, which pacing guides are, the skills that are required throughout the year and allows them to pace accordingly based on the student's needs, as well as differentiated instruction teaching. There's also some data-driven insights, which allows us to have teachers to have those data analysis so that they can look at their instruction and how they can support and enrich for students. There's also some flexible instructional resources that allow students to tailor to students' needs, like we were talking about scaffolding, making sure that we get students what they need so they can get access to those grade level standards that teachers are working on in the curriculum. It also allows some integration with the LMS, which is our learning management system. So our programs can kind of talk to each other. So what a teacher might do in Google Classroom can then translate over to Aries for some grading. And then there's also some communication between the platforms, which is nice for teachers if they have to have data for things. And then lastly, they do also provide professional development support for our teachers in the way of online trainings, webinars, as well as videos to help teachers continue learning and growing within the program to make sure they're getting the best use of all the tools and all the components that are provided. Do you have any questions about how staff might use that? Okay.
Okay, so we did some data collection in the month of March. This is across all school sites. All of our principals went into classrooms. The goal was 3 times per teacher. And we're looking for a couple of things. One of the pieces is this: were students using individual technology defined as a Chromebook, an iPad, or something similar to that? We had 102 responses on technology, and 79.4% of the time the answer was no, 20.6% of the time the answer was yes, they were using technology. That equates in raw numbers to 21 of those times we saw technology being used, and it breaks down to K2, 7 of those times, 3rd through 5th graders, 4 of those times, and 6th through 8th, 10 of those times, which we would assume middle school more likely. And then 7 of those 21 times were iReady assessments. So that is an online only based diagnostic tool we use. So what is that, a third? A third of the time they were doing iReady.
If I could ask
Question? Yeah.
clarification. These are just moment of time
Absolutely.
studies. We able to extrapolate from that to assume that, okay, 20%, 20.6% of the classroom time is spent on technology?
I mean, I think it's probably a safe bet, but again, could we have there is a possibility, right? That you got to play the numbers that we just happen to walk in at those times, but we're starting to get big enough numbers that I think it's fairly reliable. But what we'll talk about, the other piece of data we're collecting was on curricular usage, and this is going to be a goal for next year. So we'll continue to have more and more data. And so I think that data set will become more robust.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
And this is probably because I am new, but I don't know what iReady,
Oh, I'm sorry.
what that is.
So iReady is an online diagnostic tool that students take 3 times a year. Is that correct, Kara? And so it's a math test and an English language arts test. We take the CAS test at the end of the year. That's what Kathy was talking about, the site getting ready for. But we want to progress monitor in between. So students will take this online test. It adapts to where they are and ask them questions that are kind of just hard enough in their level. And then they get a score. You know, where are you? You're a fourth grader. Are you on track with fourth grade? Are you a little behind? Are you a little ahead? And so that data set is then what we're using through some of our meetings, which we call MTSS meetings, multi-tiered systems of support, to look at where students are progressing academically, figuring out what they might need, forming small groups, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so plan for the future. So I like this phrase. We have a coach that comes and helps our administrators, Tom Williams, and he says this a lot: inspect what you expect. If you expect it, you better inspect it to make sure it's happening. And so to share a little bit of this data, if you click it one more time, this year, we really focused on chronic absenteeism and continued to focus on suspension rate. That's been a focus for our district since last year. We're in what's called differentiated assistance with the state of California for these 2 indicators. And so we get help from our county office to work on plans to address it. And what you see, if you go to the next slide, Dave, is that when you focus on something and you put some effort into it, and people who know what they're doing are doing the work, right? And that's all the people in this room and on our school campuses, we start to see good things. So last school year, we had 5.8% of our students being suspended, and that doesn't double count. That's an unduplicated number. This year, it's not done, but this is progress monitoring data taken through mid-March. We are at 3% suspension. Now, suspensions are always going to happen. You're never going to be at 0. Somebody's going to do something that violates an ed code. But if we're doing that back end work that prevents it, that's the goal, right? And we don't want what I think Jason was talking about, right? We don't want to say we're doing something instead of suspension, even though it was a suspendable offense, right? If it gets to that point, we're talking about suspension. But if we're doing our back end work, we should see a reduction. And so we've seen that, and we've done that work for 2 years in a row. And each year we've seen a reduction in suspension. It was a 0.6 reduction from 23 to 24. I know I don't have that data on the screen, but it's about 0.6%. And then this year, if all continues, we'll be somewhere around almost 3% reduction. Our goal this year really focused on chronic absenteeism. Kelly did, I can't take a lot of the credit for this work. Kelly did a ton of it. She's been working side by side with staffs, our SOAs, principals, everybody's been doing so much work. Last year, our chronic absenteeism was 30.6%. That's a district percentage. That means just over 30% of our students were missing at least 18 days of school, 10%. That's a lot. If they're not here, doesn't matter what we do, they're not going to hear it. They're not going to see it. As of that March mid data collection, our chronic absenteeism rate's at 23%. Is it where we want to be? Nope. But is it good growth and are we on the right path? Yes. So all of this is to say we're going to continue this work. We saw suspensions over 2 years. We did the work. It got better. We're going to keep going with chronic absenteeism, but we have to start looking at some academics. So go ahead, Dave. I think you might have to click twice. So our focus next year is really going to be on this academic growth. And how are we going to do that, right? That's a kind of a lofty, big thing. Teachers do a lot of stuff to get academic growth. And so what we want to do is kind of focus on those foundational things. And all of this we're going to talk about to set the stage for teachers too, and for staff tomorrow at PD Day, so they know what we're walking into at 25, 26. So go ahead, Dave. So same data set that was for technology. We also asked at that time, when you walk through classrooms, 2 questions. What was technology being used, and was the adopted curriculum being used? And it's totally moment in time. I told principals, if you're in there longer than 2 minutes, you're in there too long, right? You're never going to hit every class 3 times if you stay in there for 30 minutes each. So we asked this question: how often is adopted curriculum being used in daily instruction? All 3 sites completed a total of 121 walkthroughs in the month of March, and we saw that roughly 58% of the time staff were using adopted curriculum, something over half. And so what our thought is, and what we're talking about in Ed Services, is a district-wide common goal of 70% usage. And in real numbers in a week, what that looks like is 4 days out of the week is 80%, right? So roughly 4 days out of the week, you're using adopted curriculum, just shy of 4 days a week. And that gives you a day over the course of the week to do all the other stuff that teachers are doing, right? They're doing PE, they're doing VAPA, they have art projects going on. They have, I don't know, teachers do all kinds of great stuff. It gives you plenty of time to do that. But when you're in ELA, when you're in math, you're using the adopted curriculum. And then, oh, sorry, go back one more slide. Thank you. We also know that that means that there needs to be curricular training because we know there are holes in what knowledge our teachers have, and that's not on them, that's on us, right? We have to provide that training. So we're working through what that looks like next year for our veteran teachers and our new teachers. We also have new teacher onboarding that's going to change next year. It's been 1 day typically, and they kind of get everything like drinking from a fire hose, from like getting your ID badge to signing into Aries to curricular materials. And it's just too much. So we're splitting it over 2 days that are separated by a few days in between. And 1 full day will be on curricular onboarding and working with a lead teacher in that grade level. And then we're also going to continue with some instructional coaching PD that Ed Services has already started this year and will continue into next year. And then I think, do you want to talk about the last slide, Kara, and where we're going next? I think there's still some additional questions and we have presentations coming in May.
So in the board meeting, we'll be talking about 2 of the intervention programs that our school sites are using for reading intervention. So we currently have a site using Fontes and Pinnell's LLI, which stands for, oh my gosh, I'm pulling a blank, LLI. Language literacy. I can't remember. And then SIPS is the other program that 2 of our sites are piloting for us. They're using right now. So we'll be having some data on that, and we'll be sharing in May with you guys the data that provides that and how we're going to continue reading intervention with one of the programs. And then Dave Peterson and I will be sharing information regarding time and technology and the digital citizenship, because there were some questions around that from a former board meeting. So we'll be providing you with that information as well. Thank you. That was not what I was thinking it was. Any questions?
So with SIPs at the other 2 sites, is that relatively new that they've been doing that?
It is new they both had training on it, and one of them have used it in the past actually, because they were reading intervention teacher a couple years ago. So it wasn't very new for them. And then the other one was new, but we provided training.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right on down then. And thank you
Thanks very much.
to our consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from that? Mhm. Oh, all of us, like reconnecting to the internet.
I try.
Every time my computer goes to sleep and comes back up, it does it. So on the consent agenda, was there anything anybody was interested in pulling? Okay. Okay, well, with that, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second that.
All right, and please call a roll call vote.
Absolutely. President Holt,
Aye.
Trustee Grigsby, aye. Trustee Poole,
Aye.
Trustee Travis,
Aye.
and Trustee Wedge.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. To our action items, again, is there any public comment? Seeing any. So first up is item 10A, resolution 24-25-107, Employee Appreciation Week.
So this is a resolution that we do annually. Obviously, our employees do a lot for us. We've been talking about a lot of things that have been going on. And so we like to recognize them and have the board just make an official resolution that's what our plan is. And within the resolution, it outlines timelines in terms of when we'll be recognizing them and who. So it talks about school nurses and classified and licensed professionals all the way down to teachers and administrators. And resolving that May 5th through 9th will be our official Employee Appreciation Week for 2025.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments on that?
Nope, no.
All right. Is there a motion?
I will make a motion to approve resolution number 24-25-107, Employee
sorry.
Appreciation Week.
Can I hit pause for 1 second, Jason? I apologize.
Oh.
Emily had proposed that there were, do you want to talk about the two items you had?
Oh,
Because we have two versions. We have the original one and then the one with your proposed changes. I
I
apologize.
just had, you guys have the paper copy is my proposed changes. It was just a heading was missing and some commas.
An Oxford,
Sorry, you know
an
me.
Oxford comma.
Some Oxford commas were missing.
Love it.
So you
Sorry,
have to
guys.
make a motion on which one to approve, Jason. please.
I move to approve the trustee Travis's edited edition.
I'll second that.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? None. All right. Well, thank you. Item 10B, the board policy updates, second read and approval.
Yeah, so this is what we brought to you at first read. There were some changes that were discussed at our last meeting. Those have already been made in the updated policy. And then Trustee Travis, you want to talk through, I think you had a couple more to walk us through, and then we can make a motion to approve with those edits, if that sounds good to everyone.
Yeah, when I was looking through it, I came across some additional person first language in two of those items in 5144.1. There were two different paragraphs. Do I need to know which ones they are? You already know, but
Yeah, do you want to, I mean, yes, so it's the person first language in terms of homeless students,
yeah,
correct?
it says students experiencing
Mhm.
homeless and one of them I think says youth experiencing homeless, and we were, I think as a board, wanting to change that to just homeless students.
Just aligning the language.
Yeah.
There were two, I believe there were two incidents
There were
of that.
two. One
Yeah.
was in the heading, due process procedures for suspension, and that was in section 5. And then the second one was in the additional notice of expulsion hearing for foster youth, homeless students, and Indian children section. So there were two instances
Yep.
of that. And then the other question I had, in board policy 6112, it's kindergarten, transitional kindergarten. There's language about multi-track year-round school. And I was just asking, do we need that in there? Because we are not a multi-track year-round school. So I was just suggesting we remove that, but
Yeah,
I don't know. I think that Dr. Meyer thinks that we don't need to remove it. So I think maybe it's a board question.
This district has had year-round in the past. It's
Yeah.
been a while. You know, there could be a world where we get that again. So
I mean, yeah, I just saw it and knew that we don't have it, so thought I'd ask. So either way.
Yeah, it's not a force us to align to that. It just says if we did have multi-year, it does talk
Sure.
about the hour requirement and that aligns with that code.
thank you. And thank you, Amber and Emily, for the work
Mhm.
you've been doing on the subcommittee.
Mhm.
So I move that we approve the board policy updates
With the
With
two
the-
edits on language.
with the two edits on language, but keeping in the language about the year-round
Got it.
multi-track.
Second.
All right, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? None. Item 10C, AB 1200 disclosure, the licensed professional salary increase.
Okay. Okay, and I should have mentioned, this is a walk-in, so it wasn't on the agenda, but there were copies posted. The resolution in item A was also a walk-in, so there were copies posted if anyone's interested. Jeremy's going to walk us through the document itself, but this relates to the action item below on updated licensed professional salary schedule. So just for a little bit of background, when we talked last time about the BCBA position, Amber had brought up that our salary schedule was slightly lower than other like districts around us. So we did some research and she wasn't incorrect. And so in order to draw, a qualified applicant pool and make sure we were able to get someone on board who was someone we wanted to hire and would be a really good fit for our district, we aligned the licensed professional salary schedule a little bit better with those around us. We're kind of middle of the pack. We're definitely not the highest. We talk about this often. We're not going to compete with high school districts. We're not going to compete with unifieds. But like districts similar to us, we're slightly more in line now. So Jeremy can talk through the specific dollars, but we have to do an AB 1200 disclosure to make sure that it aligns with our budget and we're able to make that change. And he'll also talk a little bit about where that funding comes from, because part of it is something we can work through Medi-Cal billing for. I believe that's correct, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and then also looking at the fact that we're paying contractors right now at a much higher rate than we would pay someone who is an employee. In fact, I will just say that one of our contractors costs more than your superintendent costs every day. And we had him for a very short period of time, and we had to do it, but there's a genuine cost savings by hiring someone on our own. Just keep that in mind. So go ahead.
Yeah, the AB 1200 is notification that the cost of the increase is projected out for 3 years and estimated. And the current estimation of that is for the 4 employees on the salary schedule, the total cost would be $23,000, 521 more each year. It's a 4.32% raise in the salary schedule. And this was submitted to PCOE and they were able to make the adjustments or review of the document. And I've included their letter on the back page to certify that the numbers are accurate, match our budget projections. So there's also included in this a multi-year projection with restricted and unrestricted funds and showing where those funds are coming from. The one position, the behaviorist, will be paid out of Medi-Cal funding, and those are funds reimbursed through Medi-Cal monies, and they're restricted. We have to use those funds for supplement, and we cannot supplant current services. So that will be in addition to what we already do and pay for those behavior services. Roughly 25% of them. So with that, staff recommends that we approve the AB 1200 and the district's able to meet its financial obligations.
Are there any questions?
I have none.
Well, I move that we approve the AB 1200 disclosure.
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? None. All right, item 10D, the updated licensed professional salary schedule.
So this, excuse me, this is the actual salary schedule that's now been updated to reflect the amount that was in the AB 1200 disclosure. Staff recommends approval of the salary schedule.
Any questions? Okay, I move that we approve the updated salary schedule.
I'll second.
And those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? None. And item 10E, the resolution number 24-25-108, reserve for economic uncertainty.
This was also walked in. It's a resolution establishing a fund balance policy under GASB 54 and maintaining a reserve for economic uncertainties. Currently, the district does not have a resolution on file to have a reserve for economic uncertainties balance higher than the 3% listed. So when the district submits its budget, it looks like we only have 3% reserves, and the additional funds are put into assignments. And what this resolution will do, we'll be able to clearly state how much reserves we have in available. And it's recommended by the superintendent's offices throughout the state that 17% is the recommended amount that districts of our size keep on hand. And roughly 1 month, maybe a little more of our expenses. And so 3% isn't enough to maintain, daily operations. We have months where we need to maintain cash flow, especially in the fall, that if we were operating at lower percentages, we would not be able to make, payroll, and we'd have to borrow funds from the county treasury. So with that, item 1 is the district shall maintain the 3% reserve. And number 2 listed here, the district may maintain a reserve of unrestricted funds for economic uncertainties up to 17% of general fund expenditures. as determined appropriate by the board based on economic conditions, financial forecasts, and district needs. So there's a range there that, you know, if we're going to give raises or, you know, make expenses, you know, by curriculum, that it may fall below 17%, it might be 10%, but the idea is that we plan for it, we know what it is, and that it's clear and transparent. So with that, I recommend, also, I want to go back. I sent this to the county office. They reviewed it and they said if this is what the board wants to do, that this is acceptable and meets their standards for review of our budget. And with that, I recommend approval of the resolution as presented.
Quick question on that, Jeremy. It says to maintain up to 17%. We certainly can go above the 17% if we choose. Correct?
If we go above it, it would have to be put in, you know, assignments. And so we have to list what those assignments are. And if you look at our budget over the years, it's hard to determine what is in those assignments. They might be assignments for economic uncertainties. They might be assignments for, yeah, it might be assignments for curriculum adoption. So it's hard to just discern what those assignments are and if they're actually going to be spent. So if we have them reserved as economic uncertainties at 17%, if the board chooses, they can make assignments for additional reserves.
Okay.
And it can be changed. The 17% is recommended as a unilateral number that we should consider. So that's, I think it's prudent and reasonable to use the 17% number. I'm comfortable with that, but there may be times when we have less reserves. And there may be times that we have more and we want to assign them to curriculum adoption or other things in the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on that?
I have none.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, CBO and superintendent. Glad this is the conversation we're having right now. You know, that we're trying, we were in a position to be able to do this. So with that, I move that we approve resolution 24-25-108 reserve for economic uncertainty.
I'll second that.
And all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And those opposed? None. So item 11A, Alta Vista Charter School status.
This one right there. Okay, so I'm bringing this back. I believe we talked about this at last board meeting. There were a few questions regarding the charter. No decisions to be made. No decisions to be made this evening, but I did want to bring back this information, provide you with my recommendation at this time, and then ask you on direction of when you'd like to bring it back again, potentially as an action item to decide what to do with the charter. Okay, so go ahead, next slide, Dave. A few objectives here. This presentation is brief, but we'll cover three main points. Responding to requests for information as outlined at the board meeting in March, provide a recommendation from staff regarding options for the Alta Vista Charter, and then take direction from the board on additional items for follow-up and future board meeting discussions or action items. Go ahead. So here were the two questions that we were asking last time in terms of information. First question was, we have this charter, it's our Alta Vista charter, and it's an in-person charter where kids are coming at that time to Alta Vista campus to receive their education. Could we amend our existing charter from an in-person program to a home study program? That was an ask by the board, our community, and I believe our AUTA president brought it up as well. Given an option that families might want. Could we go to homeschool? So we reached out to CDE and talked to their charter department. And the short answer is no, we cannot switch it to a homeschool program. And the reason we can't switch it to a homeschool program is because that currently CDE has a moratorium on any non-classroom based charters. So it's a substantive enough change from our in-person charter for them to say it would be considered sort of a new, we wanted homeschool charter ask. And since they have that moratorium, it would not be approved. So this includes, because we were saying, even though we have a charter, changing it, does it still apply? Does the moratorium still apply? And they were very clear that yes, the moratorium still applies. So unfortunately, that's not an option for us. The other question was, can we take our dependent charter and change it to an independent charter? And the example I had given is John Adams is an independent charter. They have one in Roseville and Lincoln. And then they attach themselves as an independent charter to that local LEA. Could we do that? And the answer to this is yes, we could do that. That's considered what's called a material revision, and it's permissible. So what would happen is we would be the authorizer of that charter, and then we would have oversight responsibility. I'm going to outline this a little bit because it's an ed code. We would have some oversight responsibility of that charter agency, whoever that independent charter may be. Okay. Yeah.
So with that too, if there was an independent charter interested in opening something up here, we don't necessarily have to have that Alta Vista charter
Correct.
in our pocket.
Correct. They could come to us and say, we've obtained this charter from CDE. We need an authorizer, because they're always going to need an authorizer as an independent charter. And then they could come to this board and ask, are you willing to authorize? And that same thing happened with John Adams, because that's the example we're going with. Several years back, they were looking for a new authorizer. And so they were presenting and all of that. And then Roseville took them on, and that was the ask. Right. Good question. All right, so then the question is, what are the cost benefits of being an authorizer of a charter? And there's some benefits, right? Mainly community benefits. So we're expanding educational opportunities for people in Auburn. We're bringing something in that they might want, whatever that independent charter may bring. And we also build community partnerships, both with that independent charter and perhaps with other people in our community that are appreciative of that opportunity being offered to them. Then what are the costs? There's definitely oversight responsibility for the authorizer. I had sent you this ed code if you want to read it in full. It's not too long. But in short, 47604.32 lays out what authorizers are required to do. You have to do an annual visit. You're responsible for ensuring compliance. So those state and federal reporting requirements that we do, where we have all these reports coming through, Jeremy would be looking over their financials. I would be looking over things like their LCAP, and we'll be making sure that they're in compliance. We act a little bit like PCOE acts for us, where they approve our financials and our LCAP. And in addition to that, we have to monitor their fiscal conditions. And if they have anything in that federal reporting that says, oh, you have a gap, you need help, you need some support, and you have to come up with a plan, we would also help them with that plan and help support them in that. There was a question about cost. I think Jason, not cost, but reimbursement. What would the benefit financially from that charter? We are allowed to be reimbursed fees for the oversight cost of that charter. The language in the ed code, go ahead and thank you, next slide, is 47613, and it talks about permissible reimbursement. So we can only be reimbursed the actual cost of supervisory oversight for the charter, and that can only be up to 1% of that charter school revenue. And then if we are to give them rent, so or free space without charging rent, we could charge them the actual cost of supervisory oversight up to 3% of their revenue. So then that leads us to what's the recommendation? And so I thought a lot about this, because I do believe that there are people who probably want something, right? And there would be a benefit to our community if there was additional options. People like options, right? So there's that benefit. But the cost side, I think it's pretty heavy. We would be able to bill back for that supervisory cost. So it'd be a wash for us financially. I don't think we would bring in money. It wouldn't be a boon, if you will, but it would be a wash. The issue for me is twofold. The biggest lift is our time. So Jeremy and I spend a lot of time doing a lot of things for AUSD. And I promise we don't spend a lot of time sitting around with our feet up wondering what we would do with the next hour and a half of our time. So the lift of being the oversight authorizer for a charter is huge for us. And at the size that we're at, we don't have the bandwidth for that, if I'm being very candid. The other piece is, while I do value the choice, I have a genuine worry that it will siphon off some of our enrollment. And I know that that won't be true 100%, right? They're going to draw from, they don't have a boundary like we do, so they could draw from Bowman and Newcastle and, you know, maybe a little Colfax. I don't know how far people are willing to drive. But I do think that there is a chance that they would at least draw some of their enrollment from AUSD. We know we're in a declining enrollment situation. You heard today from teachers about combo classes. That's a real thing we have to think about to stay financially solvent and be able to maintain a 17% reserve. And so those type of things and drawing our enrollment away are a very genuine concern to me. And so I will say that, you know, given all these pieces, and it was a good thing to research and learn about, my recommendation would be not to go with an independent charter and function as an authorizer, which then leaves you with a few options. You could still decide you want to go through with that and have us be an authorizer for an independent charter. A third option could potentially be just leaving it how it is and kind of let it live there as it is now, kind of dormant. That's our term. CDE doesn't have that term, so I have to tell them every time reporting comes due. I tell them we have zero enrollment, we have zero staffing, we do not have a facility, and then they say we understand, we'll remove Alta Vista from the list, and that kind of happens for every big thing we do to the state. But we could leave it till October 2028, I believe, is when we kind of have to make a choice, because that's when the charter will be renewed. And then your third option would be to do what's called surrendering the charter. And that is CDE's term, in which you collapse that charter. And then if for some reason we wanted to reopen later, we'd have to start again and relaunch that charter. So those are the three options. And again, there's no choice to be made tonight, but you can ask me if you want more information. I'm happy to bring it back. And then also to let us know when, if you would like to discuss it and as an action item.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yes. Probably most fascinating when you brought up John, and I did reach out to him. I was able to have a conversation with them, and there is an interest, you know, of them, you know, having a school or something up in this area, have work. Yeah. That,
make sure that
can I finish, please? And I was me. Okay. So other than John Allen, there's other charters that might be interested also. I don't think we should resolve this, but leave the doors open for 2 years and see what else is out there. I think there is. Yeah, from the district. And that's a study that we can do also, you know, because we don't necessarily know exactly what that's going to look like as well. But I think one of the, you know, was brought up, one of the main focus is to retain the students, you know, within the district. And this could be an opportunity, you know, to retain students within the AUSD district. That's my thoughts on it.
To clarify though, if a charter school was interested in coming up here as an independent charter, we don't need to have the Alta Vista Community Charter in our pocket. They could come and have the conversation about being their sponsor. Yeah.
Correct.
So the only thing we would need this charter for is if we wanted to operate a dependent charter within our district.
Yes, if we wanted to clarify, it would have to be an in-person dependent charter CDE that exists for us right now until October 2028, and then the renewal would come due, and we'd have to decide what we want to do.
But we're still getting kind of constant questions on reports and everything else as we go forward.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've expressed it a couple of times already. I'm more in the mind of surrendering the charter. We're not using it. We haven't been using it. I haven't heard any discussion or plans to use it as a dependent charter. So we should surrender it, free up that staff time, and focus on the 3 brick and mortar schools that we do operate and that is our main effort, and it has to be. And so I think surrendering the charter, ultimately would be something that could be helpful. So we're not making a decision tonight, but
Yeah, I work in charters. I tend to like them, and I really, my concern would be pulling from our enrollment. And I think that's a risk that I don't love. And yeah, I agree that we have 3 schools. We want to make them excellent and robust. There are charter options in the area, so I don't think Auburn is hurting for charter options. We have Bowman and Newcastle. I definitely don't want us to lose any more enrollment. I don't want to open the door for, something new and great that pulls from our schools. So,
yeah,
but I know we don't have to make that decision now, but I definitely am on the page of.
when we talk about staff time, I mean, we are asking quite a bit. Tonight we've seen, the rollouts on curriculum instruction and other things, and we've been having lots of conversations about behaviors. There's a lot that we're asking the district to focus on. So I would like to see this come back up sooner rather than later to have the conversation on whether or not we surrender it, whether we keep it or not. So
as a discussion item,
as an action item.
Is there, from your knowledge, any risk to not making that decision sooner?
The only thing, it would be this year, basically be status quo with this year. So essentially what happens is we have to make sure that when things are coming due, I will get emails from CDE that'll say, for example, our SARCs. You submitted your SARCs on time for 3 of your schools, but you are late on one of your SARCs. You're going to have a fine, you're going to have a penalty. It's going to show up on your dashboard as you didn't meet your requirement. And so then I respond to that, whatever that response person is, and I say, hello, I'm the superintendent. It has to be a certain person who has authority. And I say, I'm the superintendent. I believe you're probably referring to Alta Vista Charter School. This is a charter that is, I know it's not a term that exists, but for all intents and purposes, it's inactive. And they want me to confirm for them there's 0 student enrollment, there's 0 staff assignment, and there's no facilities being used. And when I say that, then they say, okay, thank you. And then they clear whatever that discrepancy is or ding we would have had. And so that happens with SARCs. It will happen with well, it may happen with the LCAP. I'm not sure about that. That one hasn't come to pass yet because we're not quite in LCAP being due territory, but a charter school would have its own LCAP. It's considered its own LEA when you're a charter. So anything that our LEA, our district has to report on, and state indicators, those kind of things, I have to go and tell them each time this school doesn't exist. So it's not necessarily like I'm not spending hours of my week on that, but I do have to kind of be aware of it and make sure that I'm looking for the email and I'm emailing them, because what I don't want to happen is that I forget one of those things.
Yeah.
And then somewhere it's going to say there's 4 schools in Auburn. They're compliant with, 75% of them and then not compliant with 25%.
Yeah.
The question is when. We can bring it back as an action item. You can certainly have a discussion. If you're ready to make a decision at that point, then it opens the door for you to have an action made or a motion made. If you are not ready, then you can have a motion to, postpone it to another time. The question is, if you want to do that, there's 2 meetings in May and then obviously our one in June.
I mean, we have 2 years to make a decision, so I see nothing wrong as just holding this in our back pocket. It's not costing us any time or anything, just to keep it in our back pocket for now. There might be an option down the road, in the next year or 2.
Well, the superintendent just explained that it is taking time right now.
I don't think it's taking much time at all.
It is taking time, even if it's not very much. It is still taking time. And if we were to operate it would be as a dependent charter. Surrendering this does nothing to prevent a charter from coming to us and making their proposition as an independent charter.
Well, I strongly disagree. I see no problem with keeping it just in our back pocket for 2 years.
Either way, the property is ours.
Alta Vista, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the
Also, just
charter,
like,
the charter
yeah,
is called Alta Vista, but
yes,
it's totally separate from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
property.
yeah. I knew
Correct.
that, but I was just.
Yeah, we lease that to Blue
Yep,
Door right now.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, for kind of the sake of mission focus here, that's why I'd like to see this sooner rather than later. Is if we're focusing on our 3 brick and mortar schools and the heavy lifts that we have with those, really just communicate to the district that this is what we're focusing on. We're not focusing on the charter. That's not something that we're looking at doing, at least right now, not as a dependent charter. It's not in the plan. So in the interest of that, that's why I'm interested in seeing this come up for action sooner rather than later, even potentially in May. So that's what I would be asking for, is to put it on in May, but we've got to have at least 3 of us. So want to hear from some other folks.
I mean, I don't see the need to keep it. But I'm hearing you feel strongly about it, so I'm wondering. Maybe, do you want to speak to more why you feel strongly about keeping it?
I'm just, we have 2 years. It's just something we can keep in our back pocket. There might be an opportunity, it could come in need, in the next, and if it doesn't come in need in 2 years, at that point, then, we're at, then we can dissolve it at that point.
I think I'm almost to the point where I think we should try and make a decision soon. And especially considering that what it sounds like a future goal would be is to have a completely different concept than what Alta Vista is requiring us to keep for a school, then it doesn't sound like we want to go down that path. So maybe like the path that you're thinking is even a different one than Alta Vista's contract, for better word. Because basically what they're requiring is what we first can't do right now because we don't have the building, but also we can't create an independent for it.
We
But
can, though,
not this one.
with
No.
the material risk division, we
not with
can,
this one.
we can.
No, she said that we can't change it.
No.
Oh, no, that would be, we can't change it to home study. We could
Yeah.
still
That's-
change it into an independent charter. It would be a mutual division, but we can't do it as a home study option. It's still an in-person school.
So especially for that. So what I'm hearing is the idea that we want is different than what we have.
Right. I think what you're saying, Renee, right, is that the way the Alta Vista Charter is written at present, we don't have an interest in opening, which would be Alta
Because
Vista as it
especially-
existed previously.
Especially to open it, then we would have to start from scratch with every single bit of why we put it on pause in the first place.
Mhm. Correct.
Is there a third option where we could create in one of the schools or something, the independent program that we're wanting?
Well, you could certainly have a charter program that's housed on the same campus as an
But it would
existing
have to be
school,
like,
but it still is beholden to all those rules of it would have to be in person. It couldn't be a homeschool. And if it was an independent charter, again, I think you could do that. You could say, like, Evie Kane has 4 portables. They're not, I'm making this up, but they have 4 portables they're not using, and we're going to have an independent charter. It's going to be called blah, blah, blah charter, and it's going to be in those 4 portables. You could certainly house it. Then we're giving them free rent, and we have the opportunity at that point to charge back the actual cost of oversight up to 3%, which says however much percentage of Jeremy and my time is being used, for example, or any other staff member, we could charge them back for that,
but
up
it
to
still-
3%.
but
If
it
we
still
hit that
wouldn't be
3%, we're
Auburn
working
Union.
for free. Go ahead, sorry.
But it still wouldn't be Auburn Union. It would be.
Correct. It would be an independent charter. And then that gets into the oversight responsibilities that we have, which is my recommendation would be to not go that way. We have a lot to do here, and that's where our focus needs to be, not on oversight for an independent charter.
I have a question. like a clarifying question. You said it can be changed to an independent charter, and you're saying people can bring an independent charter to us.
Correct.
So what is the difference, and is there any difficulty, like, are those the same ideas? It's just they obtain the charter and we service it,
It's
or?
kind of saying like, if you can build your own go-kart and drive it down the road, or you can buy our go-kart and use it. And our charter is already built. Does that make sense? So if you want to operate within the confines of what our Alta Vista charter looks like, you might rename it. That's fine. But whatever it says in there that we will house kids in person, we'll offer a school day that's this long, you know, we'll have class sizes of this, that, I mean, a charter outlines everything. How do kids get into the charter? Is it a lottery? Is there an application? Like all that stuff. If people said, I want it just how, some group said, I want it just how it's written. I want your go-kart just how you built it. We can say, here you go, now it's yours. And then we do what's called a material revision to an independent charter. They take it and they start doing it exactly as we have written it as Alta Vista. Does that make sense?
Oh, I see.
But they can also say, I'm going to build my own go-kart that looks like how I want it. And then I'm going to bring it to you and say, will you be my authorizer?
But in that case, it wouldn't be the charter that we're talking about tonight anyway. So that sounds
Right.
like a whole separate discussion.
And I think that's Greg's point, right? Is that anybody who goes through the process with CDE to have a charter approved as an independent charter would then go to districts, and nobody just shows up at a board meeting and says, hey, I have this thing. They start talking to you early, right? They're like, we're thinking of coming into Auburn. We have space over here. We'd like you to be our authorizer. And we're having all kinds of conversations over long periods of time before it comes to you guys for an action item. And those conversations are at board meetings and before it comes to you as an action item. If you go back about, I think it happened 7 or 8 years ago in Roseville, when they took over John Adams' charter, it was like meetings, all these conversations, boards were asking lots of questions before they agreed to take them on as the authorizer, right? So, but that could happen at any point with someone who wrote their own charter and comes to us. It's just a little easier when it's already approved by CDE and they could take ours. Does that help? Maybe it's late. I shouldn't have used a go-kart example. I don't know why.
And I just,
The airplane.
Yeah, where's
Yeah.
the airplane?
Sorry.
and I just want to add to that, you know, just from my understanding of, you know, talking, you know, to other people in the charter world, is that to do a material revision and rewrite a charter is a lot more easier step, you know, use the go-kart analogy than
It's already built.
than starting from scratch.
Absolutely.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe with the charter we have now, there is a component already written in it for a certain percentage or a certain amount of a non-classroom base in the charter as it stands right now, versus if there is a moratorium right now where you would not be able to do a non-classroom based charter right now. But we already have it, I believe, that we have some component written into our charter as it stands right now, which could be a benefit, you know, to our community. And I don't think that's a decision we need to make now or this year. We have 2 years, you know, down the road. You know, like I said, you know, put that in our back pocket. You know, we might need it, you know, in 2 years. You know, if nothing comes up, then we can make that decision then.
Is that a component of our charter? I didn't think it was.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't think so either, but I'll be honest, I haven't been really deep in that charter. It just hasn't been something that we're focusing on, but we can certainly bring it
I believe
back
there
or send you away.
was as a
It's-
percentage.
Yeah, it's 20%.
20? Okay.
Yeah. And so there's other independent study charters in the community. I know Inspire Learning Academies, you know, nearby, and then Forest Charter School has a site in town here. So there's that option if
That they
people want
received
it.
prior to the moratorium. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tough thing, what I'm hearing in this conversation is that there's not a big benefit to AUSD. And right now, AUSD is in a vulnerable position. We're trying to build our enrollment. We're trying to support our teachers, like with not only your guys' time and expertise, but also financially, which means building enrollment. So I hate to do anything that would jeopardize that for our district. Again, as much as I personally like charters and have spent a lot of time in them, I've also seen the cost to districts working in them and seeing, yeah, like I can see both sides of it. And I think we're right now in a side of, we really need to build what we have really well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good summation. And I will also tell you that I have worked in a district where we had an independent charter and I did have oversight responsibility from the ed services side. And it is a decent lift. And I'll be honest, looking around people in this room, nobody on this side of the table or standing at this podium has that capacity. It would take from what our existing 3 sites need from us. I think it would genuinely be a disservice to our 3 schools. So
And,
yeah.
and thinking of when this is coming up, which I know it is in a couple of years, but I also know that it's going to take several years to get where we want to be. And even then, we're probably still going to be like needing a lot, there's going to be more that we need to grow. And we definitely don't want to take on a heavy lift if we're even just getting to where we want to be, I would think. I think this would be like a 7 years down the road, like
Of things going well.
of things going well. Yeah.
When I think about changes like we're doing, and I think if you talk to any superintendent or people that do this work regularly, right, we're taking 3 years to build. We're building systems, we're building a foundation. That takes about 3 years. And then you let it run for 4 or 5. And in that 4th year, in that 5th year, that's where you start to really see and reap the rewards. You kind of have to just stay on the path long enough. But I think we're a year into about a 5-year run that we'll be in a very different place 4 years from today. But that's probably the timeline, to be honest.
And it's your recommendation that we surrender the charter, not saying when. And when we previously had this discussion, Superintendent Garbalina Mojica, she recommended that we surrender the charter.
Also, just in terms of, again, and I'm just kind of, part of this is me processing. And I know that there have been community members who've expressed interest in a charter, mostly ones whose children have attended it in the past. But I also know, working in the field, so to speak, there are a lot of charter options. So I don't think we're keeping anything from anybody by not by letting it go, because there are a lot of charter options in the immediate area that can serve those families that really do want that.
And many of our families take that option.
Many of them are there, which is why we
need to build what we have and keep them here. I agree. And yes, my recommendation would be we surrender the charter.
Is there any other discussion? And I know it's not formal debate here. We're not taking action. But I'm asking that we direct staff to bring this back to us in May as an action item to consider surrendering the charter. But I need 3 people, or we won't bring it back at this time.
I'd like to see it back.
I'm okay with May.
First meeting in May.
Whichever
Either one.
works better.
Okay, we'll look at it together and see where all our time is being spent.
Yeah, and I know the community will want to come and bring more input too, and that'll be good.
Fair enough.
Thank you. All right, and 11B, facilities update. And before that, can we open the door? I'm starting to get a little cold.
Yeah, the facilities update. So the main one is the EBK playgrounds, and I meet with the contractors every Thursday, except for today. And last week they submitted the plans to Division of State Architects for the final review, and we anticipate that being completed at the end of May and maybe the first part of June. So that's when construction can get start. And so the contractor is trying to set it up so that we can begin as soon as that's approved. And so I've been in talks with them and their regional manager to make sure that it's a high priority and to make sure that we can get this project started and completed this summer.
Is Assemblyman Patterson's office still helping us with that, or have we not needed them at this point?
We haven't needed them at this point. I met with DSA and the architects 2 weeks ago, and it looks like everything's a go.
Okay. All right. As long as we can actually do it.
It's reminded of something when we were, I believe it was the contract with the architects. There was something in the wording about if the project went over time. Um, I'm wondering if that still qualifies or if we're looking into that.
So the project hasn't been officially signed off, so they can't start the project. And so when they originally made the contract, they had timeframes built into it, but if they can't actually start it, then those timeframes don't come into play. So so I think we just, we have to get started, and then those timeframes come into play, whether it's 60 days or 80 days. I can't remember the amount.
I think it was before the school year.
Yeah.
Quick question on that. With the recent talks of tariffs and delays and stuff like this, is this something that we're expecting a increase in price on equipment, or do we need to throw another RFP out on this?
The equipment's already here,
Okay.
so we're good on the equipment. There's no anticipation. We've already paid for the equipment. The only cost, would be if there's, additional construction costs due to inflation. So,
Thank you.
Good question. Thanks, Jeremy. Are there any other questions? Okay, on to board governance.
Update on our requests. Okay, so couple of requests. Trustee Poole had asked about the charter being amended to homeschool, so we covered that this evening. And Trustee Wedge asked about the material revision for charter authorizers, so we covered that as well. And then my recommendation on the charter moving forward. We had some questions about technology, some of which we kind of talked about this evening, but mostly these will be brought back in May. Practical standard technology standards and digital citizenship information will come back in May. These were all from President Holt. We did have a question about lead time on changing the 1-to-1 ratio, so we can look at that for May as well. And then monitoring screen time averages, that one I think we'll start to get some more data on as we do more walkthroughs, but that was a question from last time. In regard to the reserve percentage, the board asked that a resolution be brought this evening, so we did that one tonight. We amended the title on the salary schedule for Director of Student Support, and that was an ask of last time, so that one's been completed. We also changed behavior, what did we have? Analyst to behavior specialist, so that was changed for that position, including on the salary schedule. President Holt did ask about regarding the second interim budget, inquired about the built-in deficit and plans to increase it over the next few years. Is that part of the budget update that'll come in May?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that one will come in May as well. Rock Creek lease, the language changes were done and that one's gone through, correct?
Correct.
We had a review process for offering independent study. That's going to happen with staff in the fall. Well, actually in the summer leading into the fall, part of our SOA and SAW meeting. So we'll work on that one. And then last two, I think. Oh, never mind. There's a couple more on the back. So there's a few. We had property sales. What would the steps be? So Kathy Dominica will be here in May. She was going to come tonight, but she was busy this evening. So she'll come in May and talk you through what the steps might be. We've also been in touch with our attorney. We use Lozano Smith for that. Her first name is Ann, and I am blanking on her. Collins. Ann Collins has been helping us. And so she and Kathy have been working together. And that presentation will come to you in May so we can talk through what the steps are when we're a public agency selling public land. And then data on inter-district reasons was a question. I think that came from President Holt. And we already are collecting that information after we left the meeting. And the next day I was talking to Becky about it. She's like, we already have all of that and we present our intra-district information each fall based on the year prior when we have it all. So we will bring that forward again this fall, unless for some reason you want interim data in between. Or does
I
that
don't know
seem-
if that came from me. It may have.
Was it? Oh,
but-
I thought it was you, but I could have been wrong. Was it? It was related to. Okay, we were talking about charter schools and it said data on families that are leaving the district, like who's going where on their interdistricts. Like maybe that was it you, Amber? Was somebody?
I think I
You were asking.
was it.
something about
Or-
that.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
yeah,
I-
Well,
remember.
we
Okay.
can't collect on charter schools necessarily because they wouldn't do an inter-district transfer. But for anyone leaving our district on an inter-district, we do collect that data where they're going. Like these went to Bowman, these went to Loomis, what have you. And we present that each year. I want to say we did it in August, but it may have been September. So we'll bring those back this fall as well, if that works for everyone, unless you want it earlier. Okay.
And I think Jason in the past, I don't know if maybe this is your question, you've asked about surveys or something for people leave the district.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know if that was,
Yeah, that was a discussion on that. I know, I think we just wanted some more data possibly on why
Okay.
people are leaving the district, whether that was in form of a survey or not.
Yeah, and I think it had to do with, we were saying, we don't know how many are homeschools. We don't know how
Right.
many we're losing to what
correct.
program.
Yep. And we won't always know those.
Sure.
So, yeah, private schools, all of that, if kids just don't enroll with us and they enroll elsewhere, we don't know. But if they ask us to go somewhere else, we definitely do. So the data we have though, for sure, we'll bring it back in the fall.
Could that be a question on the intent to return form?
We do ask that question if you're not returning, and then I believe it has a spot to fill out where you're going.
Like why?
yeah, I think there is.
On the
Oh,
on the intent form that we send out that says I won't be returning, does it?
Oh, never mind.
No.
It would tell us where. Mm. Okay. Okay. Well, we could, our
Nice.
intent forms have already gone out, but
Yeah,
we
yeah.
could look at something like
filled-
that
I
for the
filled mine
future.
out.
Good. We send it again, so people keep filling them out.
Hopefully.
I'm bringing back multi-payer fee schedule. That was asked last time. It'll come back in May. If it doesn't matter, people, if it's first or second meeting, we'll just play with it. These meetings are obviously, this spring is long, so they get late, so we'll balance it out, but I'll do multi-payer fee schedule on either first or second May meeting. And then wellness center stuff we talked about, and that was presented this evening. There were quite a few, but I think that covers them.
I think another one though that we also brought up was you having a conversation with Placer High School about possibility of a school farm.
Oh, that was on the list. And I did talk about that last time. They have a new superintendent coming on and that person is not hired yet. So
Okay.
I was going to wait until they're on board and then I can start those conversations for
Great.
sure.
Just first day, right in there, and just.
Top
And
priority.
I'll sit in the audience when their appointment goes through and then I'll say, hi, I'm Brittany Meyer. I'd like to talk to you. That's what I'll do.
Perfect.
All right. New request then.
I have two questions. Actually, I have a request and a question, and I don't know if the first question is a request because my brain is I can't even talk. For middle school dances, is there going to be one with all of the schools together?
Our promotion dance, yes.
Oh, that's right.
This year, throughout the year, they've been doing them separate. We've had talks about maybe changing that for next year, but for this year, they will have an 8th grade promotion dance. Their promotions will be at their school site, but their dance will be together. And actually, Placer High School has agreed to let us use their facilities, and they're going to host it,
So
or allow us to host it there. So then the kids will get to have
That's
it at their
really
future school.
I think that's really
Yeah.
lovely, especially for this cohort of students who were all together last year. Now to get to have that opportunity to be together again before they move on is really special.
Yeah, we thank Christy a day for reaching out right away to Jamie Jackson, the principal over there, and she was like, "Yep, we found a day for you," and so it's all set up to happen.
And then my second question is around cell phone policy. I know that we're a cell phone free school, but it's that kids just have to have them in their backpack, correct?
Mhm.
I know in LA Unified, the rule is they can't have them at all, and they have to put them in those secure pouches if they do bring them at all, right? And if they don't put them in the pouch, then they have it all procedures set up for consequences. And I read somewhere that that is going to be California law for next school year. Is that accurate? And do we have plans for that?
The law is that, or the ed code is that we have to have a cell phone, we have to have a policy essentially that we are enforcing in some way, and we have some plans to limit kids' access to cell phones during the school day, which we have, right? What that looks like, there isn't as much specificity about they have to put them in pouches or something like that, but it is to say that a school district has to adopt it. What I would say is we're increasing our collaboration with Placer High School more and more. And I think it makes sense. We spend a lot of time talking to Jamie Jackson, the principal. We're sharing data on our 8th graders so they can properly place them in classes. And I'd like to know exactly what they're doing, because there's no reason to do something different if it's working there. And that's what our kids are going to see in 9th grade. And anyone can have a cell phone, I guess, at any age. Sometimes kindergartners have them, but for the most part, we're dealing with middle schoolers. So I think that's something we can collaborate with them on and think about. But principals have talked a lot about that this year. But what are we going to do moving into next year? We got to be united front. How are we going to handle it? So it's definitely a conversation.
So sounds like you want to bring that as an agenda item for info and discussion at the very least.
Yes, I would love to talk about that more.
Yeah.
Side note, I was in a webinar CSBA board policy, and it is coming up in the March policy
Okay.
packet. So we could
cool.
discuss it then. But
Oh, great.
but I will say, when I was at the what is it, coffee with the principal at Auburn, the parents are worked up over this.
Mhm.
They do not want cell phones in the schools. They want pouches or some sort of, they want some mechanism in place. To a man, every parent said
Let's
that in
not
there.
get too far ahead of our
Sure.
conversation just yet. But
Sure, but anyhow, that's
sounds
the
like-
March board policy packet that's coming up.
and that's the one you're working on that we'll be
No,
bringing.
not
Okay.
yet.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
going to be a while, so I think
It's-
we can bring it sooner.
March.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking at first read on the March packet, second May meeting, and second read on the March packet, June meeting. So that's when the conversation.
So that's
Okay,
May.
it's
anyways.
sooner, yeah.
That works.
Okay. Perfect.
Just feels so far off since we're doing September.
It'll be here before you know it. Anything else?
September.
I think I'd ask and it could just be an email, but any relevant studies or papers about reading while listening, if that's something that we're gonna be doing.
And it's interesting because I've heard opposite data, that it actually helps with comprehension.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I won't get into
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yep, I will work on that. I'll see what I can find and send you guys via email.
Along those lines, I don't know if this is something that they can do or not, but the like the curriculum where they are reading and listening, is that something we can get minutes of usage for each of these curriculum that they're using? Like each program, is that something that you can quantify?
We're looking at Dave like he
I
knows
know.
the answer off the top of his head.
I think the question is basically if you were able to tell us like a by-minute breakdown of what programs are being used.
So I sent it out this last, so on website, I really can't monitor
Okay.
to that level of detail. You can monitor it to a general amount now, but to get to the level of detail that you're asking for, it's going to take another third party out.
Okay. So it sounds like it would
Okay.
cost us money to get that.
There's not a Google extension for that
Well, that's what it is. Google Extension
that you have to
get
pay
paid.
for. Licensed.
Everything.
Okay.
Were there any other requests coming out today? Okay. All right, I think we can close it on new requests then. We had item 14 on here, and I know as we're preparing the agenda, I don't know if we were ready for this. Are we ready?
We don't have a schedule, but what we had talked about is kind of what are the goals of the board. So when we had met, Emily and I met, and then Amber and I had chatted. And so what we had talked about is we could go through the policies one by one, but we realized very quickly it'd be nice to have a bar. So maybe it's a discussion item in the future, but what's the board looking for in terms of you know, 4 years is fine, 5 years is fine, but anything older than 5 years, we'd want to review. Like, where's a cut point that would be acceptable to everyone? And then is the goal of looking through those policies that fall below that cut point? What do you want us to be looking for? Are we trying to, because we were like, well, are we trying to break down required versus recommended language? Do you just want to make sure they're in compliance with law, that we didn't miss anything? So we felt like, I think when we discussed that we needed a little more, we needed some parameters, I think. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, and do you want me to share what I shared with you today about the?
Oh, yeah,
CSBA
go
thing?
ahead.
So I did a quick meeting with the CSBA. They have a board policy review workshop they do. They've got two different options for it. We were considering looking at that, thinking, oh, this might be easier to have them help us like do a workshop, knock it out real quick. It's extremely expensive to do so. And they won't really tailor it the way that we're wanting to do it, I think, as a committee and a board. So it's $8,200 to do a 2-day workshop for them to come through and not quite do the whole thing we want them to do. So I don't think it's
Okay.
reasonable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we should choose a number of years to go back and then work from that point forward, and then, do it again next year.
And then we'll just do an MOU with us and we'll bill you that.
Oh, perfect.
You'll bill us at $8,200.
Yeah. Now we know our value.
Perhaps we bring it, do you want to discuss it now, or we can bring it back as a discussion item in May and kind of
I think we
think
have
about those
to bring
parameters?
that back.
Yeah.
Because what we have on here is just establishing a quarterly schedule.
Yep.
And
Okay.
so the discussion around that,
Mhm.
though, so let's bring that back, I guess, as a new request, though.
Okay.
To put that on as info and discussion, so a little bit further discussion on the subcommittee. That'll let us refresh, go back and review what we discussed in the
Mhm.
board meeting that we created it to.
And then in the meantime, we'll just work on December and March for the upcoming. Okay.
Yeah. So as far as establishing a quarterly schedule, though, at least as my thought when I was suggesting that was that you would look at the workload and then develop what that looks like.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the rest of us have any business telling you must go through items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and get them to us.
No, I think we're just looking for like what seems reasonable to the board, or like what is the board's goals?
Because I think the parameters will help us figure out the workload, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because when we were looking at it, I said, if we're looking at everything that we have approved that wasn't this year, that's a way bigger project than if we draw a line at 2021 or something like that.
Okay.
Right. And then within those policies, do we want to parse out required, recommended, or are we just looking for, have they been updated in a reasonable amount of time? Like, yes, they haven't been updated since 2019, but there haven't been any updates to the policy since 2018 or whatever. So that one's actually still in compliance. If we understand those parameters, I think it'll help us draw out the plan.
But also, just point of information, when I was talking to them today, there's 70 plus policies that are legally required or legally necessary, and there's 660 total policies. So where we fall on that spectrum, I don't know how many our total policies are, but there's quite a bit that we can probably like just pare down on our own. But I think we're gonna have to look at each of them.
Yeah.
Okay. I think when we initially created the subcommittee, we were thinking all of the board policies, but that sounds like that's a pretty big lift. So let's talk about it next month.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And give you a little better direction.
No.
When she said that, I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so on to comments from the board and superintendent.
All right, so I'll be very quick and say two things. Staff recognition, we passed that resolution this evening to have recognition in May, but we're also having a staff event in addition to that on April 30th. You've received an invite. Look forward to seeing everyone there. We're going to talk about it at PD Day tomorrow, and we have an RSVP QR code for staff too, just hoping that we see everyone, recognizing our years of service people, awards for the year, and just kind of all the hard work that's been done. So should be a very nice event. Staff are working very hard on putting that together. And then because it's 11 o'clock, if you want to see us in approximately 8.5 hours, I'll be at EB Kane at 7:30 along with everybody else setting up for PD Day. We start at 8 a.m. Breakfast until 8:30. I'll do a welcome message along with Ed Services at 8:30, and starting at 9:30 we have Alice training, which is active threat training with Placer County Sheriff and APD, and that'll run till 11:40, and then there's lunch, and then there's session. So you're welcome at all of that, whatever sounds interesting to you, but we'll be there bright and early tomorrow morning. That's all I got.
Great, thank you. No, I just want to thank our staff at our school sites and here at the district office. And it's 11 o'clock, so.
Just want to reiterate, our staff are amazing. Thank you so much. And it has been a good month.
Yeah, I appreciate you, staff, and thank you to the district and the PCOE team and just the responsiveness of everybody from questions from the board. It's been amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, I concur. I really appreciate everything that the staff does to help us prepare, help us know what we're doing here, me especially. And also I've got to do some more site visits this month, and I really enjoyed doing that. And I got to talk to the SRO for quite a while and get a lot of information. So I appreciate all that.
Well, I got quite a few things I got to talk about, so we might go past 11 o'clock. No, ditto, everybody. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening.
So
That's all I
with
got.
That, what time is it? Right.
10:57.
All right, it is 10:57 and this meeting is adjourned.